Welcome, fellow explorers, to Laurence's Factorio space exploration and Krastorio² adventure. On the once verdant planet of Norvis, we greedily harvested its precious resources, delving deep into its core in our quest to satisfy our industrial systems. Yet our never-ending thirst for knowledge propelled us beyond our home into the vast expanses of space. Traversing the solar system, we unearthed exotic materials with strange electrical and mechanical properties, using powerful railguns to fling them back home. But our hunger for discovery knew no bounds. To satiate our factory, we crafted interplanetary spaceships, venturing further into the unknown. Join us in our next stream as we expand our empire interstellar, facing new challenges and unveiling the mysteries of the universe. Together we will soar to greater heights, exploring uncharted territories and embracing the wonders of the cosmos. The factory must grow. Hello everyone, and welcome to Lawrence is disorganised and forgot to click join game soon enough, so I'm still downloading the map. Normal service will be started as soon as possible, which apparently is about 70 seconds, so my apologies for that. However, in the meantime, let me say hello to everyone, like Tempe and Regular, and I suppose Mike, since he's popped up on Twitch. Hello. And Nogard and Tristan as well, and Screeve, I think that says, and Mark as well, of course. Thank you very much for the resub, Doopy. 11 months, nice. That is getting very close to a year. And I need to say thank you to Tristan for resubbing last week when I was having Twitch issues and couldn't actually see the alerts popping up, because he's now been subscribed for 2 years, which is that's a very, very long time. I didn't even realise I've been doing it. So I sometimes hear these numbers and go, I didn't realise I'd been doing this for that long, so it's quite spectacular. And also to Reese, who subscribed 8 hours ago. So I'm impressed you picked that time, because I wasn't actually streaming, but still, you are very, very welcome, and I don't even know if you're in the stream at the moment, because I haven't seen you say anything. But yes, hello to everyone else who was saying things as well. Let me just scroll back up a second. Yep. So that was Major Cap and Thorian. And actually, I think I've said hello to everyone else. So yes, welcome one and all. Oh, we're very nearly there, less than 10 seconds. And so today, well, I do have some things to be working on. Let's pop the to-do list up, because we can do that. Well, we can't read it, but I can pop it up anyway. So I've got a handful of things to do. A lot of those are out in Stardust, but also I want to have a fiddle around with the particle stream production that I set up last week, because, well, I did the maths, and it turns out the new system is so much better than the old system that I'm going to be ripping some stuff up. Oh, hello as well, Miroslav. Welcome. And did I say hello, Doopy? I can't remember. If I didn't, hello. Right, so here we go. Right, now we can actually get started. I should have pressed unpause. Anyway, right. So here we go. So yes, I need to keep an eye on the beam receiver over in Stardust, because I realised at the end last week that I was going to be potentially, or was it the week before, that potentially I could be using more power than the system is capable of. Well, certainly I was using more power than the system was capable of producing off one of these turbine generators. So I put in another 2. However, these 3 are now capable of using about 2.5 times the amount of power that the beam transmitter is currently capable of getting over here. So I need to keep an eye on this and make sure it doesn't drop down to sort of like 5,000 and everything breaks. But no, at the moment it's still it still starts with 3 or 4 nines. Then I think it's basically okay. With the power, we can use more power than this is currently receiving. However, with the ups and downs, it smooths out and it averages out. The beam is currently powerful enough, as you can tell by the way it's starting with at least 3 nines, at least most of the time. So that's that one. There's all kinds of stuff about trains and supplying acid and so on around here. Now it does seem that as the ships are arriving, they're coming in quite thick and fast at the moment. So we're pulling in quite a lot of sulphur. But temporarily, I'm going to still nudge this one up to minus 20,000, at least for a couple of ships. And don't let me forget to change that back again. That's true. Yes, I have 2.5 hours of. Yes, that's a good point. I should probably make sure I don't suffocate, because suffocating is not my friend. I'll check on that in a moment once I finish doing the little trivial things like that one. So I wanted to put in there we go, the temporary boost to the sulphur transportation. I do want more trains over here, and probably not stackers. Actually, I've rethought that one a little bit, but that's going to need me to go back out there probably, because there isn't the robo systems and all that and so on. Right. Anything else relevant down here? Yes, the stone train I need to deal with. Immosite crystal, somebody else might do. I can get onto that one in a bit. Plastic priority, I think, is a Mark problem that I'm sure he's aware of. That's for me to do, and that's for me to do some other time. Right, so let's go and think about particle stream, and let's turn the to-do list off before I forget to, and maybe go and hide somewhere as well. So yes, over here, I have set up this system here, which is doing the turning the bacon data into particle stream with lots and lots of stone, or rather, we're turning stone into particle stream and using the bacon data as not quite as a catalyst because it does wear out, but it is a thing that we need to make sure. Yeah, we use up mostly stone for this. Hello, Blake. Welcome. So so basically, this system is fantastic. It's working really, really well, and it's producing the particle stream for about 1/6 of the cost of this system over here. So this is a little bit unnecessary and pointless. So over here, what I'm going to do is turn off the I'm going to turn off the request for stone here. Actually, I do want to unselect it here as well. Otherwise, we'll get trains coming when I don't expect them to. We'll carry on making the ion stream over here because that is still useful. But down here, we'll let this churn through all of the stone and then stop, and then I'll pull it all up and we can forget about it because sadly it's just, I mean, it was a nice idea, but there are better ways to do it, and I want to do it the better way because the better way is better, and that's why it's called the better way. So yes, that was some good quality content right there. So in order to do that, I want to extend this system over here because I'm going to need I think I'm going to need more than this many machines if we're going to be supplying it in large enough quantities. Oh yeah, material packs. That's a good idea. Let's stop bringing those in as well. So I could just go in here, couldn't I, and do that, and just leave that as it is. Yep, good point. Let's not have too many material packs over here. If necessary, I'll send a train over here to pick some up and then just take them away. And once it's finished, I'll set a train to take them away and just do whatever with them. We don't really care. Okay, so yes, down here, I want to expand this because whilst these are working really, really well and they're churning out a lot of particle stream, I'm not convinced it's going to be enough once I get a train to start taking it away from here. So at the moment, where does it go? So it goes all the way up this ridiculously long pipe to here, and then to be fair, this is a pickup station. So from there, we will then take it to over. Once we need it, this can take it to whichever station it is over here. Well, that's Antimatter, so it's not that one. Is it you? No, your ion stream. Why have you not got any ion stream being brought in? Is there just not enough? Presumably. Waiting at ion stream. Oh, trying to go to ion stream drop. Oh, we've got right. Okay, so we've stopped requesting it over here, probably because we have a crazy amount in the pipes here. Let's turn this station back on again. There we go. Oh yes, of course you're right. I'm a muppet. Yes, forget that. Yes, I am indeed making it on site. Let's cancel that one. Yeah, so we don't need that stream. So my question was, where's the particle stream? Here's the particle stream station up at the top here, and we currently have about 50,000 in it, and you are asking for more when it gets lower than 20. I'm going to put that up to 50. Because I think the rate we get through it, I'd rather have a little bit more of a buffer there. We still don't need a train over here, but when we do, I want it to come over a little bit. I want it to come over a little bit sooner. Down here, so currently we are actually making enough. However, that's because most of the place has gone to sleep. So there are partly because at the moment we're doing this science, which only requires Astro 1 and the more relatively basic sciences. So we haven't got anything using the deep space science, and so we've just accumulated a load of it. We've filled up the warehouse over here to the level we're planning to fill it up to. The train hasn't needed to come and get any more because we're not using any of it over here. Let's turn turrets off because that's a bit messy. Once this finishes, we're then going to do Deep Space Science 3. There's presumably more Deep Space Science related stuff along here that we would like to do, like maybe energy weapon damage. That's a 34,000 research though, so that's going to use a huge amount. Hello, War Chief. Welcome. And actually, mining productivity is always a good one. Worker robot speed. Yeah, there's lots of stuff in here that we could and kind of would like to do. But then down here we get to Deep Space Science. There's not a huge amount that requires Deep Space Science 2. It's mostly just all of these oil conversions. All of these matter conversions, where we turn matter into or into something or something into matter, and we've done the one of those that we've done the ones of those that we care about, but we will at some point want to pick up all the rest of them just for completeness. So yeah, at the moment we're just chugging away on rocket reusability, even though we haven't really used rockets at all in this run through, just because at some point we want to complete everything. The downside of running through a research that doesn't use the latest science packs is it makes it very, very hard to tell whether the Naquium supply I've built up is sufficient. But never mind, I'm not actually going to complain about that for now. It means we can put the problem off for later. So the other thing is that the other problem, the reason we're not ripping through particle stream over here as fast as we should be, is that over here, as I talked about in the video, the coolant system is broken because it's not good enough. Essentially, I went through about 4 different reasons in the video before I landed on the correct one. But what it turns out has actually happened is that there aren't enough of these thermal radiator 2s. And therefore, they're not able to produce the cool thermal. Actually, no, I take that back. No, it's this pipe. This pipe up the middle is not running fast enough to bring out the coolant to the further down radiators. Therefore, they're not running, and we haven't got enough. Therefore, we haven't got enough flowing through, and therefore, the internal buffers in a lot of these radiators have emptied. And that means all of that extra has ended up in this storage tank here. Now, I did say in the video that I could do a very, very temporary solution on this by dropping in some scaffolding down here and whacking in another tank. However, that's a bit of a temporary crap solution. It's not really. It's gonna nudge the problem away by sort of 5 or 10 minutes, or maybe a little bit longer. I'm not sure, but it's going to be a very, very temporary solution. What I actually need to do is replace this cooling system with this cooling system that Mark has spent some time building up in the blueprint editor. And this one, as you can see, we're not going to have any throughput issues along here because he's used the ducts, so they can squeeze it through much, much more quickly because these have huge capacity, massive flow rates, and they use underground pipes to increase it as well. I did indeed almost make the same mistake as the video. You're quite right, 2P. And then we can pump it all back round. And yeah, my only concern is whether we'd be able to pump the cool back in here fast enough, at a high enough priority to be above the cool coming up from here. And I suspect we probably could. However, I also don't care because I'm pretty sure this area is not making cool. It's just turning super chilled into warm, and then over here we have to turn it back again. So copying this should be absolutely fine. Before I do so, though, Mark, do you consider this design to be finished?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's good enough for me. Let's give it a try. See what happens.
So I think it's working in the blueprint. I don't know if there are issues in real life, but
okay. Well, I mean, you have to find out sometime, don't you? As the saying goes, in theory, theory and practice are the same. In practice, they're not. So how am I going to do this without losing enormous quantities of thermofluid? Because everything's going to have, all of these are going to have large quantities buffered in them. I think the best thing to do is going to be to put in that additional pipe there, tank there, but then turn that round. Where do you go? Nowhere. Nice. Pipe to nowhere. So if I turn that round, we can then allow all of the thermofluid to bimble its way through. Now, yeah, that should work, I think. And so we should then end up with all of it going out down here and to be turned into antimatter. It is fairly cheap, but I like to try and pretend I'm being efficient and ecological and environmentally sound and that sort of thing. So we'll do that. I put in the tank there. I think I'm going to put in a third tank because, you know, I'm probably going to have a lot more of this than I expect to, because that is always the way. Can I put it all in there? Yeah, it'll go there without interfering with that warehouse too much. I do also have a 200 lithium over here. Let's just get rid of that. That can go over. That can be put into the chests of shame and then and just used up for lithium purposes over on the bus. That's fine. I'm sure we're using it somewhere over there. I'm also going to. I was going to say I'll turn this one round. I'm not sure I want to turn it round because then it's just going to pump. Actually, yeah, that's a thought. I could just do that, and then. Oh, there's more than 30,000 in there, so it's not going to be enabled anyway. That's fine. We'll just keep it in the tanks over here. Actually, no, better right. Let's use those tanks over there. and then we can, in theory, oh, no, turn that one around as well. Then we can just pump all of this thermofluid back out of this tank here and go into the ones over here, and that'll allow us to get it all out of the suck it all out of the rest of the system. Got somewhere to put it, and then the rest of it, well, can run as and when it wants. So down here, these have all basically finished by the looks of it. There's a couple, actually, there's a couple over here that's still running. It's pretty much done. So let's get rid of all the ones that have stopped. So that's everything up to about there. And up here. Yeah, I'm not going to be absolutely super careful to make sure I don't spill any thermofluid at all, because as you say, it is pretty cheap. Oh, I removed a pylon. That was a mistake. Let's get rid of them as well. And the mint. Yeah. Not you. Let's put in another pylon over here, at least for the time being, while we let this run. Yeah, storing it all in tanks. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure if hippies glued themselves to my delivery cannons, they'd find themselves on a different planet pretty quickly. Or maybe that's only if they climbed into the capsules. Alright, so how are we doing now? This tank is empty, so we've got rid of all of the cool. We've got a bit of cold up there that needs to be transferred to, modified. Then we've got this one up here with the super cooled, which we don't seem to be using, which is interesting because I thought okay, no, yeah, these machines are all running now, so we are getting through the super cooled. We just need to let it run for a little while to churn through the stockpile up here. I would quite like to. Oh yeah, hiding somewhere inside. That's a good idea. Let's do that. I could go and get in one of these trains. That'd be fun. Which one are you a pickup train or? No, you're going down to Norvis. Let's not get in the train that goes down to Norvis, because then I'll end up down there and I'll be very confused. So we can just hide in this train.
I may regret their words.
You may regret
asking this. I may regret it. It's a thing that might happen, or it might not. Who can say? Nuclear fuel for a portable nuclear reactor. Can you hold that in your inventory, or is that dangerous?
Yes, fine. If you're using the same fuel I'm using.
What fuel are you using?
Deuterium fuel cells.
I was half expecting to say no. Actually, I'm using coal, and it seems to be fine. It's hard work doing the nuclear fusion on it, but it does seem to work.
You just have to push hard enough.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, carbon's before iron in the periodic table. So yes, you could. I mean, you could put it into a Mr. Fusion and it would work, but that's, you know.
For your information, Laurence, if you did get into a train that was going through the elevator, you would occasionally find that UIs you had open just closed randomly.
Okay.
Each time it goes through the elevator.
That would be quite annoying. So yeah,
but it would be very funny,
especially if I didn't realise why. All right, all of these are done. All of these we're done with. All of this is done. That's done. And that's not quite... Oh. Duh. Oh well, never mind. I'm going to waste 1200 thermofluid, and I can't find it in myself to care. So now I can get rid of all of that, and all of that, and all of that. There we go, nice and tidy. I'm not even sure though. That was the return pipe for the thermofluid. Right. So now, how big is Marc's design? It's quite a lot bigger, it turns out. But that's fair enough. So I'll want to put that about there, so it's just slurping straight out of the big storage tank there, and that means I need a bit more, just a little bit more scaffolding up here, like about that much is probably going to be all right. Maybe make it a little bit longer. There we go. Yes, you're fine carrying around plutonium in the Back to the Future world. That's very true. Marty didn't take any, or no, Doc didn't take any damage from it. Oh yeah, that's enough for the current blueprint. But if I need more super chilled, I might need to make it a bit bigger. So Regular says he thinks uranium fuel cells give radiation damage, but deuterium ones don't. So there you go.
Yep. Experimentally, I've just found that to be the case. You can put DT fuel cells, which I assume is deuterium fuel cells, in a nuclear reactor, right? Portable.
No, in a portable
no.
fusion reactor. Not a portable nuclear reactor.
Whoa.
Yeah, important difference between fusion and fission going on there.
Fine, they're basically the same. We all know this.
You get an extra third power. So not a huge amount.
That's worth having.
Yeah. But I would like more.
Yeah,
That's a lot of data cards required.
No power. Yes, I believe, the duct intakes are essentially... I assume I'm going to be able to do that. If I can't, then I should be a little bit upset, because I'm going to have to jiggle everything. But I would be very, very surprised if that doesn't work, since I think the duct intakes are essentially pumps all by themselves. Right, am I right in thinking, yes, we're not using any of the other thermofluids over here, so let's get rid of that. Tidy the place up a little bit, because I kind of want to use a duct to take the super chilled down and bring the warm back up again. For the extra, I don't think we need that sort of flow rate on the system, but part of me feels like it will just be the right thing to do. TM. Not that we're using it in that many places. I think we'll go for. I'll go for just using the existing pipes for now, but with the possibility of doing the upgrade later. If we could have those pylons be brought in, that'd be quite nice.
Mike, for your information,
roboports.
if you have watched Laurence's videos, you should know that I made a system to build the portable fusion reactors.
Ah, excellent. Is that in orbit by any chance?
It's either here or in orbit.
It's on one of the bot networks.
Yeah.
Because I requested it by bot.
Yeah, it's in orbit. Yep.
You can also go in and put your pajamas into a machine and get better pajamas out the other end of it. Although you have to hold your breath while it's doing that.
Hold your breath, yeah.
It does take a lot more space to do it with ducts. Yes, you're quite right, Doopy. However, because I left an entire 5 section here for the... I think I left... Yes, I did. Left the entire 5 section down here for thermofluid. It would fit. Because I didn't want to not run the cool and the other one, cool and cold down here, or I didn't want to not leave room for cool and cold in case I ended up needing them. Duct is definitely a good idea. If I was building it from scratch at this point, I would definitely put in the ducts. However, at this point I don't. At this point, I do already have these pipes. And therefore, I'm not going to upgrade it until I need to, because I think these are probably going to be fine, but we'll find out whether I'm being hopelessly optimistic sooner or later. Could we have that pylon, please, so we can power up this roboport? That would be nice. And the bots are coming out here and building stuff, so I'm sure at some point we'll get that pylon. We just haven't yet. Right, oh, that's been finished though, so I can put the blueprint down again, like that. Bonk. Is all of this inside roboport range? No, I need another roboport. I need a roboport about in this gap here, perhaps. How about can you fit there, or is that no? Is that no ground? No, there's empty space there. Bleh. A bit more of that. Now I can just drop another roboport in there and get the coverage I'm looking for. It's not quite perfect grid, but it's more than good enough. Oh, and that's outside the robo network. You know what? I'm just going to head over there and do it by hand. Do that one by hand, because it's an important enough pylon, and it's not inside the roboport network, that I think if I just drop it in there manually, it'll save a lot of sanity. Oh, and I should check how this area is getting on for using up all of its stone. It has used up all of its stone. Right, okay. There we go. That was an easy answer. That was not the button I meant to press. That was the button I meant to press. There we go. Now we have that. I also want to put down a bit of... Let's put down a bit of this over here, like that. I've probably got enough. I have got enough. Then I can put down another roboport in here. And Actually, let's put it down in construction mode, because then we do get a bit of extra coverage. Do that. There we go. Right, lovely. Now just let that run for a moment. I should go and find a train to hide in again. Or do I have any spaceship floor? I don't have any spaceship floor. I do have a locomotive. I could put that down and then sit in it, but that seems a trifle silly. Oh, is that a tiny patch of spaceship floor? Yes, I think it is. Don't walk on the railway lines. There we go. I'll just stand here for a bit. Because, of course, if I'm standing there, then I'm counted inside a spaceship, and I don't need life support. Oh, dear. Right, where was I? Yes, so this is all getting built up nicely. Up here, this is the super chilled. So I need to connect that to these pipes over here. I think the best way to do that is going to just be to straight run a pipe through about here. Can we have some scaffolding? Yeah, just like that. And then across like that. So it's going to come out, yeah, we're going to get super chilled out of there. The warm is going to come back here and go into these tanks, so that's fine. We pumped it all back out into the station for now, which is also fine, but is going to need to be tweaked. But yes, we've got this one pump. Yeah, we're pulling the warm thermofluid back out still, and that's going to go back into the system. So that's good. In fact, since we've got these pumps here and now, let's link this one back up. Is this one? Yes, this is the one from the station. And we can rotate that and that. And now we'll fill this back up to the 30,000 it's expecting to have, and turn the system on, basically. I like that the icons for the thermofluid aren't even appearing on these ducts because we're pumping it back out into the radiators so quickly. Oh, I should also link these two tanks together so that all counts towards the amount we've got. Yes, the UPS is... You call that low UPS? We were down at 30 a little while ago. Yes, but yes, Paul, the UPS has dropped down below 60 because the factory is just so big. There's so much stuff going on. There are bits and pieces we've perhaps not designed efficiently enough. Oh, and there's some we're missing some cross ducts up here. I need to do something about that. And up here... we
don't
have
parts I didn't design, right?
Sorry?
You mean the parts I didn't design?
No.
Not efficiently enough.
No, these are all parts you did design. They we don't have them up here, I don't think. So you designed based on stuff that we apparently we certainly don't have up in space. I don't know if we have it at all. Let's find out. So let's look down on Norvis. Somewhere we are making. Turn that off. That's horrendous. Somewhere we are making all of the ducts, and I have no idea where. So I'm going to use the search. Search factory for yes. No product, that one. I want to search for let's just search for small straight duct because I think that's something we've got. We've considered using the cryonite recipe for chilling thermofluid, but I don't think it's I really don't think it's worth it. Because basically because the system is cheap and thermofluid is cheap enough, and cryonite is sort of potentially expensive enough, and it's the extra hassle of pumping it in there.
Lag.
Sorry?
I have some bad lag. Did someone?
Yeah, it's came up saying you're being dropped from the game, although that's gone away again.
Oh, I did do a factory search, so it's possibly my fault.
No.
I did just launch a rocket.
I blame Pete.
As is traditional. I have no idea where we're making ducts, so which is why I'm searching for it. But I'll scan along the bus while I'm waiting anyway. Oh, is this? No, this
Search
is normal
shouldn't
pipes.
impact anything.
No, it shouldn't. It's supposed to be
Except for you.
friendly enough. No, that's more pipes, but not ducts.
Been a long time since I upgraded my equipment grid, and I am liking it so far.
Yeah, the new suit types are rather good.
Yeah, well, I was on Jetpack 2s, I think. I just upgraded to Jetpack 4s. Little things like that, where it wasn't that it was bad or anything. It's just that it's now a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
Right. At least I was on the right level of thruster suit, though.
Are you a no return valve? I can't tell. Non-return duct. Yeah, so we've got the non-return ducts and the cross ducts. I just think we're not bringing them up to space.
Not
Right.
really used ducts in space much so far.
Yeah, I think you're right. So up here, let's ask for some. I would like to have some ducts, please. Let's go quackers. Cross ducts. 50. And also, I would like some non-return valves or non-return ducts. 30. Whatever. So we'll get that. Yeah, those will get brought up on the on a train in at some point in the future when this train. Actually, it might. Given there is a train here right now, they might have been brought over to the train in time for the next one that comes up. It's got some duct bits and pieces on it, but that's just replacing the bits we've just used up rather than bringing up the more of them, the new things that we're going to need. So we've got some problems over here, but that will be automatically sorted out sooner or later. It just means that this system isn't going to work at all because because none of the goop can get out of these pipes. I suppose we could replace pretty much all of these with T junctions. With the exception of this one. No, this one. This one kind of has to be a cross duct. Actually, I suppose we could make these two T junctions and remove these two pipes, and then the thermofluid from here could flow all the way along here, round, and all the way back up here and into the pipe here. But that's a little bit silly. Let's just wait for those bits and pieces to arrive. In the meantime,
Don't fiddle with my design.
Yeah, and also I'll get in trouble if I fiddle with Mark's designs. Don't worry, I'm not. I was just. I was talking hypothetically. It's fine. Right, that goes there, and then the rest is just going to be singles, like that and that. Just managed to not hook up to that one, which is nice and also deliberate. So that'll then take the cold down here, so I can get rid of all of that.
Fertilizer is running again.
That's good. Okay, I think that is done. So over here now, I need to let's move on to another thing that needs to be sorted. Why are you not making more particle stream? Oh, we're full of particle stream. Okay, so we need to get the antimatter up and running again, so we can get rid of all of the remaining sand in turning into particle stream. Yeah, I don't want to go fiddling with Mark's designs too much, because then they inevitably fail later on, and it turns out I voided the warranty by going in and changing them. I don't want that. Alright, so these guys down here are now waiting for more of the thermofluid to be brought in so that they can start making more antimatter. But that's waiting for the bits to come up from down on the ground. Yada, yada, yada. Eventually we'll get there. What's going on here? What? Oh, okay, yes, because this is because... Ooh, game freeze. This is, yes.
I had that for a moment.
So because Mike came through and grabbed lots of things like reactors and whatnot, it's that the bot's bringing over more supplies to make new ones. That's fine. That's how it's...
I added some scaffolding in Norbit.
Ah.
Oh, right. That was the lag. Okay.
Yep.
Fair enough. That's sort of good, because at least if we know what caused it, we're not going, why did the game suddenly go, ugh! I believe the expansion for the game is due in August, as far as I'm aware. It was a year after they started. They said they were going to release it about a year after they started talking about it suddenly again, and I'm pretty sure I've seen August mentioned. So I'm expecting it to be August, but don't quote me if I'm wrong. And also, it might slip a little bit. I know they're perfectionists over at Wooby, so if they feel it's not quite ready at that point, it may take longer.
Are we not using the life support equipment?
We're not, although I think we possibly should be, because
If you've got a jetpack thruster suit, it has an inbuilt one.
But
it might be worth.
But if you upgrade it, putting a stack of them into your inventory will last a lot longer than if you don't.
Is it inventory or is it? No, it's the equipment grid. You place it in
No,
equipment
no.
grid.
It takes up some equipment grid, but if you put a stack of life support cans, will last a lot longer.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
If you use a better one, and that's possibly worth it because otherwise, if you want to survive for 4 times as long, you need to put 4 times as many in your inventory. And your inventory fills up.
Yeah, the top tier one, it's 8 times as long.
Okay. All right, 8 times as many then. Yeah, so it's going to be a lot better.
So plus 800%, 9 times as long.
Even better.
Which is plus 800%.
You're not wrong. The game is an enormous time sink. We've been playing We've been playing this world for 230 hours, and that's 230 hours of game time, which has often been at 3/4 or half speed. And also, I've been playing for quite a bit more other time, making videos and other things. I think I'm on about 2,800 hours of it now, something like certainly 2,000 something, and I think I passed 2,500. Multiple life support boosters or multiple jetpacks? Yeah, that's a lot of bots. Multiple jetpacks is definitely worth it because then you fly faster. And jeez, look at that! Look at that bot frenzy there. Yeah, multiple jetpacks is definitely worth it because then you fly around a lot quicker. I have at the moment. What do I have in my pockets? Okay, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 jetpack 2s and a jetpack 1. I should probably go over and replace some of those. In fact, you know what? I'm going to see. Somebody pulled up the flooring that I was standing on. I imagine that was probably Mike. It's the sort of thing he would do.
I have no idea who would pull such a hilarious and excellent prank.
Okay, now I'm even more sure that it was Mike. Not 100% sure because Mike would try and confuse me,
even if it wasn't him.
Exactly. Yeah. Mostly in the interest of confusing me. But yes, it's definitely something to do.
What I'm sort of amused by there is the fact that you feel that I have to put effort in to make sure that you're confused.
I came over here for jetpacks and there aren't any.
Did you fly over there?
Yes.
Then you don't need a jetpack because you've already got one.
I want better jetpacks. The ones I've got are all Mark 2s.
In fairness, can confirm it is a rather significant change of pace.
Let's go on a quick trip down to the planet's surface and go and get some new toys. Actually, what am I doing for power at the moment? Okay, I'm still using the portable RTG for power. However, this is my construction suit. I don't think I need much more. I don't need more than that. I will take a power armor Mark IV though, and I would take an RTG, but a fusion reactor, but there aren't any because Mike took them all. Okay, well we'll come back later. So let's go on a brief holiday down to Norvis and claim some stuff from down there. Where's the elevator? It's over here. This is while I wait for the bits and pieces to come up for the plasma. No, for the coolant production or the coolanting, and then for the to allow the particle stream to start being made into antimatter again, so that we can use up the last of the particle stream that's being made there, so I can rip up that system and then start getting it brought in from elsewhere. Yes, there we go. That's the plan. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. So you're right. I remember picking up a fusion reactor. Now you mention it, I should do something with that. I've overshot where I wanted to go. It's down here that we're hopefully making the jetpacks.
I'm struggling to think of things to put in my thruster suit because it's strictly non-combat.
More jetpacks, probably.
I don't really need them because I don't fly around that much. It's pretty fast as it is. I've got 10 batteries, 2 rubber ports, 2 jetpacks. I've got 4.
2 jetpacks. I have 9.
9?
9! No, what he means is he has none of them. Sorry.
I have 4
Obvious terrible
jetpacks
German
in my
joke
combat
there.
one.
Yeah.
9 jetpacks?
Yeah.
Do you see all the things behind you redshifted when you're flying? Oh dear. Okay, so Mark likes redshift. That's fine.
So I have 9 jetpacks Mark IV, 3 armor Mark V, just in case, 6 roboports, 8 batteries, and 4 fusion reactors.
I've got
I
big
can put
person
some
battery
Your
armor
combat
in.
one or your non-combat one?
No, the non-combat one.
Because the non-combat
yeah.
one surely only needs 1 reactor.
Yeah, but there's space for 4.
That space that could have more jetpacks.
I have put 4 reactors into my non-combat one as well.
I've just got an RTG in my non-combat one at the moment because it's been absolutely fine so far because it just does occasional roboportery.
Well, I mean, in fairness, if you have 3 portable fusion reactors and 2 roboports, the fusion reactors will not keep up with the roboport demand.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, how many roboports?
2.
Okay.
They max consumption 5 megawatts each. The portable fusion reactor, the portable fusion reactor maximum output is 3.2. 3 times 3.2 is 9.6, which is not the same as 2.
Yeah, but I don't.
Roboports.
But I don't tend to run my roboport solidly all that often. And if you have, and I now have 2 big personal battery Mark IIIs in there as well.
Yeah, so I've got 10 big personal battery Mark IIIs, but I've got space for 4 more roboports, and to be honest, I'm tempted to use them.
Fair enough.
Does it increase the area with more roboports? Or is
It
that just
increases the area,
Oh, okay.
and
that
it
might be
increases the
useful.
number of bots you can have in flight at once. So what I found useful on Kothar in particular, and why I sort of cut from 1 to 2 fairly quickly, is I could fly along a train line, not very fast, mind. I've got to be a bit careful with it, which is part of the reason I also don't want to go too fast, because if I outrun the bots...
I found the problem with flying along a train line wasn't with my power level or even the number of bots. It was just with the game not registering that there's more stuff that can be built by the bots yet.
No, so you've got a limited number of bots, and for one thing, it's like 5 or 10 or something. It's quite a
No,
small
because
number.
the bots have come back and gone back into my inventory. They're
Oh, I
just
see
not
what
coming
you
back out again quickly enough.
Oh yeah, there's a bit of a lag
20
time while
bots?
they
20
recharge.
for tier 1?
No, they recharge before they go back into your inventory, don't they?
Okay, yeah. No, they do. That's right. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, but yeah, I found with 2 of them, I could fly along at not too fast and place both sides of the rail with all of the power poles
So only
and
one
signals
jetpack.
and everything.
Oh, true.
Basically.
You're flying slower than me as well. That's a good point.
Yeah, so I deliberately flew slower than max speed. But I could just fly along and just spray everything out, and it was in 2 roboports. Was enough bots to be able to do that. Now, if I stick more in, then yeah, I can deploy more bots and so on. If I go too fast, though, which 2 Mark IV jetpacks is faster than a bot's flight speed, so yeah, I'm not using that.
Yeah,
Just
exactly
use
regular.
the-
It probably is somebody else using up the bot queue.
I just used the disconnect trains for the first time in like 2,500 hours of play.
Yeah, it's not something I use a lot, but I do sometimes use it, and it's quite useful. That's not fast enough. I want more jetpacks.
Honestly, it's most fun to do that if you're playing manual train moving.
Yes. Oh, yeah. That's about the only time you
Which,
need it,
yeah,
really.
being a train driver in Factorio is very much something you only do when you're incredibly bored. Where you just get, you manually
Or when you're trying to
drive
fix
your...
something.
No. I don't mean the manual mode. I mean...
Oh, you mean actually moving trains around manually just because you're bored and you want to play train networks?
Yeah, exactly. Drop your 2 cargo wagons off in a station to load up, and then drive off, go and pick up 2 that have loaded up, take them to their destination, drive. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
You're quite
Aha!
bored to do that.
These have arrived. Nice. So there we go. The
Something I found that's
system is now working.
mildly interesting is if you have a thruster suit or something that you're not wearing, and you put a roboport, for example, in it, and it has charged batteries, those batteries will charge the roboport that's in there.
Oh,
That'll
so
charge it up and-
batteries are charged separately from. So the battery charge is known about separately, is it? So you can have a
Yeah.
charged battery as a thing. Okay.
No, it's the batteries in the equipment grid.
Oh, so it's already in
And
there
it's
and charged
charged
up, and it'll then charge the robot.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh,
But it doesn't. But the power generation stuff, or at least the solar panel, doesn't charge up batteries.
I mean, if it's in your backpack, how's the light getting to it to charge the solar panel?
I'm
Yeah.
confused.
I don't know if a reactor would, and I'm not going to bother testing that.
I think a reactor does actually, because I've been doing that. I'm rebuilding my thruster suit, and I'm building some combat gear because I can't have the 2 in 1.
Uh-oh.
And so I'm basically constantly flipping between the 2, and the power levels were going up consistently, whether or not I was wearing them. So I think it does work.
So what you're saying is I need like 3 combat suits so it can charge up while
Actually,
the
yeah.
second one.
No, I disagree because I just took the battery out of my power armor and put it back in again, and it's not charging. And that's the one that has reactors.
Okay, fair enough. It was working for me. That's all I can say. At least it seemed to work. I mean, maybe I was woefully misled somehow, but
Regular says batteries don't keep the charge outside of a suit, but they will keep the charge if you take the suit off.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what's with there.
yeah.
It's also they in a suit that is off, they will charge other things that are in the suit.
Right. Yeah. So the suit carries on suiting even if you're not wearing it, basically.
But not power generation.
But not generated. Oh, I see. Not even from reactors.
No. So my power armor is currently not recharging the battery that I took out and put back in it.
Okay.
Okay, I have 5 personal Roboport Mark IIs. Construction area 89 by 89. Oh, there's no blowing point in doing it there, is there? Because that's in the middle of wretched everywhere else. Right, let's try that again. Well, because I always carry around a stack of construction bots and then like 10 of them fly off and they're going, yay. I'm so glad I'm carrying a stack.
Sometimes I learn.
It's
To,
20
sometimes I learn
for
to turn the
tier one.
roboports on and off, and
Yeah,
usually I forget.
I know, it's okay, 20 fly off and I'm just sort of sat there going, what? All the rest of them are doing nothing. Just going to go and find somewhere without Roboport coverage and see, like,
That's not going to help.
on the map how big this is, because... Oh, that is chunky.
No, you're chunky. What?
Have a look at how big my grid is.
That's about a roboport. It's a normal roboport, not a construction mode roboport.
And how are we supposed to see how big your grid is? Oh,
Alt V.
Think of a deconstruction planner.
Oh yeah. Yes, that is about. I don't know. It's kind of hard to judge whether it's the size of a roboport.
So let me go down to just one.
Okay, that's pretty. That I think is kind of worth it. Worth having the extra roboports. So I think yes, I did pick some more up. Let's put them in the. Oh, I did put them in the
Flip side
inventory.
is it does mean that bots are flying further.
True.
Try and do stuff.
Yeah.
Take another stack of them then.
Have I? Oh, quick! Bombing.
Mike Rage.
Tristan, quick question. There, the liquid rocket fuel train in Norbit. Where? What does it supply? I'm not.
The spaceport. The personal spaceport.
I wanted to say liquid rocket fuel, but I didn't think that'd be very helpful.
Yeah, right. Okay, so we are not.
A certain
here.
German person asked me to provide it, so I did.
Yeah. I might remember that.
Don't worry, Mark. I too am confused about when I ask for something to happen and it happens.
Yep.
Okay. So I've got a thruster suit which has got. Honestly, I mean, I've got 7 adaptive armor Mark 5s in there, but I feel that's overkill, given it's never supposed to end up in combat.
Emphasis on supposed.
Laurence, you have the to-do list up?
Oh, thank you.
And then I've got some combat gear, which I don't know how effective that's going to be. To be honest, it's got less personal defense than I usually like. But it's
I
got
was
a lot of
thinking when
offense.
I do put a combat suit together, I'm going to put I'm going to put shields in it and accept that it won't fly,
Yeah.
or at least put the shield, fly over, land, change into that suit, and then go into a pyramid or whatever.
Yeah, I get if you're going to a pyramid, you don't really need that kind of firepower.
Regular points out that armor will protect you from trains as well. This is a fair point.
True. How many times have I been killed by a locomotive? I don't remember. A few, not zero.
I don't track that. I track how many times locomotives have killed people.
Yeah.
And also wagons, because if you do the accidentally standing in the middle of a train thing, it'll rescue you from that as well. At least probably.
That's true. That's true.
Laurence, are you wanting more jetpacks?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to put a logistics request in for it? because otherwise I'm going to start stealing them all as
Okay.
they're produced.
Fine.
Right, now what guns do I want? That's the other important question.
Jetpacks. I don't know. I haven't worked out how many I want yet, but just sort of grabbing them as they were made. Where are they? Oh, there they are. 5 is probably sufficient, actually. Okay, let's do that. Where was I? Oh yes, I was going to pull up all of this. Oh, we've got a load of lithium on the belts as well, which I'm going to need to return to sender. Slow down. The slowdown is real. Pump all this back up here, and this means this can then be turned back in. Well, this can be turned into particle stream. No, not plasma stream. For the other system. Oh, how am I going to do this? What am I going to do this here up here? I guess actually the best thing to do here is that, and then we can prioritise this one for input priority from the right, and it'll take it off this belt. Okay, there we go. That'll that'll pull this lithium back through as well, so we can get through all of that. I can pull up all of these machines. That's fine. They're going to have a little bit of stuff in them, but never mind. Oh yeah, I can get rid of the beacons as well, and I'll just get rid of all of these machines here, and then the lithium can be pumped back through sooner or later. Well, come back and do a bit more. I can do a bit more tidying up later once all this has been dealt with. We're going to lose a certain amount of plasma stream from this, but I struggle to care. I think the main reason I care about the lithium is because it's a solid, and if I just rip it all up, it'll go into the warehouses up there. And that's not the end of the world, actually. If it does go into those warehouses, it's still going to get used up by everything on the bus that uses lithium. But I say everything on the bus. I don't think we're getting through all that much of it, especially as we're only doing rocket reusability research at the moment. Oh, I do remember what I did want to do. It's been sort of bugging me bugging me is probably quite a good word for it. Over here is this thing. I want to put it there, so it's lined up with the other one. That's better. And speaking of moving things around, down here, this stone train is causing problems. So I need another piece of railway on the end of here. And then once that's right, well, actually I can probably do it now. I need to move that across one like that. Then all of this stuff, all this needs to be moved. Hello, Mike. We are right now. I am breaking my particle stream production down here because it's all in the wrong place. No, because the machines supplying it are in the wrong place. That's a fairer way of putting it. And then not even the machines. No, the station supplying the stuff for it is in the wrong place. So I need to nudge some things around a little bit so the stations work. Because at the moment, when the train comes in here, it doesn't register with this station. It can't get to this station, so it goes down the elevator and wibbles around at the bottom before coming back up again. Which isn't the end of the world because it doesn't break things, but it does cause minor problems.
It's slightly wasteful.
It's slightly wasteful of time, mostly of time. So yeah. Oh yeah, it needs to go over 2 squares. You're quite right. Can I move these with the thingamatron? No, I can't move load. All right, fine. We'll just get rid of all of that. I'll put in a bit more scaffolding here because I'm going to need some more of that because these are moving over 2. Get rid of that one as well, actually. The lights here. No, the problem with the stations here. So previously, this station was here. And that meant, as you can see there, we have when a 4-length train pulls in here, the back end of the train pokes out beyond this station over here. And that means when the train leaves and tries to go to this one, Norvis Secondary Down, it can't go to this Norvis Secondary Down, and it ends up going to this Norvis Secondary Down, which is an elevator. So it goes down to the bottom when it shouldn't. The idea is that the train will go from here. It will go. I'll go to this station, and then I'll go back and pick up some more stone. Because when it leaves here, it shouldn't have any stone, and therefore there's no point in it trying to take stone down to the planet because, well, it hasn't got any. So it's not going to be able to. So I'm currently in the process of nudging all of this stuff across a little bit. Oh, and yeah, that needs to be 2 as well. Derp. In the process of nudging all of this across a little bit, so that I can sort that out. And here that will move one, but I can't move it another one because I forgot about placing that in. But yeah, the bots will come along and do the hard work for me in the moment, and then I can sort the rest of it out. Okay, so that is on the to-do list. So we're working through it at the moment. While we're waiting for that, let's have a quick look out at Stardust and see how things are going on with the sulphur. In fact, we've probably had another couple of spaceships now, so I'm going to drop this request back down to 10,000. I was intending to keep a bit more of an eye on it than this, but I haven't. So oh well. At the moment, right, we have no ship here, so there's no sulphur. Therefore, there's no sulfuric acid. So let's just send these guys out. There were lots of ideas that we've thought of where I could go out and I could tell all of the different stations to only pull out up to 50,000 instead of up to 100,000, and then we'd have plenty of spare acid. I could tell the trains to leave when they have at least 20,000. There are, as I say, lots of possible ways to improve this. However, I think it's probably easier to just not, and just give the trains a bit of a nudge, and then when the next spaceship arrives, it's a problem that's going to solve itself eventually, because each spaceship that arrives brings more than enough sulphur to produce enough naquitite to fill up that spaceship, so even if I just ignored it, it would all start working again. However, if I nudge these a little bit, it means when the next spaceship arrives, there will be full warehouses for it already, rather than us having to wait for the trains to get filled up a bit and then head off and so on. So giving it a little bit of a nudge like this is just going to make things start working properly a little bit sooner, and I'm in favour of that. We do still need, as I say, more trains along here because, well, there aren't any coming into this station at the moment, for one thing. And what I want to have ideally is a train, essentially enough trains that we can have one parked in each station. In each mine station, rather, filling up gradually. So I'm going to probably go out and remove the train limits from those. Yeah, 100k in each mine is a bit much, but it's not going to make any difference at this point. All right, let's go around the mines and tweak those to be slightly lesser amounts, because it is a fairly easy thing to do. So over here, we want you to pump until, all right, we'll say 50k there. Yeah, 50k is a reasonable number. But the thing is, it's not going to actually help. Because the train system is already... the other end is already empty. So yeah, they've all probably gone red now. Yep, that's worked. Down here. The pickup... That's the wrong button. The pickup station is already empty. So the fact that I'm changing the amount they're dropping off, I suppose it'll potentially help in the future, perhaps. But it's not going to make any difference for now. But I seem to be doing it anyway. So that's all the ones off to the south done now. Let's go over here and nudge some trains again. So you've run out of naquitite. Off you go. Shoot. And presumably same up here. Yep. Shoot. Be off with you. And up here, so we've got there's the station. Paste, paste, paste. Yep, 50. And here. And the reason I want more trains up here is because, or more trains around here in general, is because I think there are some stations up here that just aren't getting trains, even when we have. Even when the trains are running properly because there is enough sulfuric acid, even then we don't actually end up using the further away stations because there just aren't enough trains to transport the naquitite at the moment. That said, on the other hand, they're also go away, Universe Explorer. I don't want you. On the other hand, there are some spaceships on the way in and out. There's 2 of them there, 1 in, 1 out. Okay, in and out there. All right, maybe we are still churning through the naquiometer, well, at least churning through the naquitite at a bit of a rate. But I bet if I look at Talos, then we've probably stopped producing. No, I sit corrected. We are currently pulling through the naquitite crystals at least. So sure, all right, we are producing at the moment. So we are going to be running through the crushed naquitite that we're bringing down here. I think. That said, belt's not running, but whatever. Oh, it is running. Yeah, it is running. It's probably being quite bursty because we're not actually making the ingots over here. We're not using the rate we're using it up is much lower than normal. So it's probably quite easy for these to be brought up to the level brought up to 1,000, at which point the system cuts out. So maybe more spaceships. At the moment, though, I'm not sure we're making it fast enough. Let's have a look. Where am I going? Here. I'm not sure that we're actually making the crush stuff fast enough. I think yes, we probably do need more spaceships, or potentially need more spaceships. But at the moment, we've got so much naquium because we're not doing deep space science that it's really very hard to tell. I feel like we probably do have enough. We probably don't have enough spaceships. That we are going to need more of them. However, it's going to be a little while until any real shortage becomes visible. Like basically another 37% of the rocket reusability 17. But yeah, eventually any shortages will start to be visible. Why do they empty at different times? Oh, probably because the warehouse fills up? No, that doesn't feel right. Because they've all got... Oh, never mind. Yeah, Immersium crystals is on the list. I think Mark was planning to go off and do the Immersium crystals.
Yes, I'm on my way.
Immersium. So, yeah. So it is on the list to be done. But Mark claimed it, so he's going to go and sort that one out.
Just out of curiosity, who's got the deep space spaceship? Oh, it's just been moved. Never mind.
I was going to say
I was looking at the wrong one. Never mind.
Yeah, I've probably got the exploration, although I think it's parked in orbit as is traditional.
No, I just took that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No worries.
To go to Taras.
Yeah. It's fast. But if you need it, I can send it back.
No, it's quite right. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. I thought you'd taken the other one. So I'm geared up for some... I mean, at the moment, it's relatively basic combat, not going to lie.
It shouldn't be different rates of input due to different belt lengths, because they're all running from... It's white. It's 45 items per second belts and loaders everywhere. So it shouldn't make any difference unless this warehouse fills up. That could make a difference. But I don't think... Well, maybe it did. Maybe that's why. It's not impossible. Right, where was that spaceship? Okay, number 1 is nearly here. I have doubled the crushing system, so I think the crushing system should be fast enough for the rate we're using it up at, as long as we have enough logistics bringing the naquitite in and taking the crush and just generally, as long as we have enough logistics, I think the crushing system is fast enough because I've got two belts of crushed naquitite coming out. So we can load the ship at 180. We can produce it at 180 items per second when everything is running nicely, and that should be plenty. I'm not sure. Let's have a look at the other. Let's have a look over in Talos. See what it's being potentially used up at. Over here, how fast is it? How fast is purple? 90 items per second. So. No, we're not. We're producing it at two belts in total, which is 90 items per second. We're pulling it out at 90 items per second from here. So as long as the trains and the spaceships are fast enough, then we'll be bringing it in fast enough for this system to keep running constantly. Whether having this system running constantly and therefore the system over in Stardust running constantly is enough to keep the factory over in Norbit happy is something we'll have to wait and see once we start actually using it, because I can't really tell at the moment. I've looked. I did the maths on the amount of sulphur that's required for the system to work, and each spaceship does bring in more sulphur than is used in order to fill up that spaceship with naquitite. The problem is that I went out and I put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, possibly 7 extra naquitite mines a couple of weeks ago, and so ever since then we've been working very, very hard on trying to produce enough sulfuric acid to fill up all of the buffers in all of those mines, and we just straight up haven't. So we need more ships to arrive and drop off the sulfur in order to produce the acid to fill up the buffers. But once the buffers are filled up, we're going to then be bringing in less sulfur on each ship, because we won't need anything like as much of it, because the buffers will be full. So it's a temporary problem, and me nudging the trains like this isn't actually required. It just means that when this spaceship arrived, these warehouses were full and can load the spaceship up, and it can set off that bit sooner, rather than having to wait for it to do it. Rather than having to wait for making the sulfuric acid out of this sulfur in order to go off and get some naquitite for it. So it's a bit quicker. It's slightly quicker and more efficient for me to do it like this, but it's not absolutely vital. So yeah, get lost. And same up here as well, probably. Yes. I do feel like I'm babying the system a little bit, but you know, it gets things running a little bit quicker. And yeah, as I say, the system will work. It'll just take quite a long time to actually get everything into a state where it's not complaining.
Yeah, a bit of babying doesn't matter as long as you're doing it because you're there going, I need this as a priority, or I'm just expediting that.
Exactly.
It's only really a problem when you suddenly realise that the only way it works is if you sit there and constantly stare at it.
Yeah. Once we've in time, even if I did ignore it, it would fix itself. It would just take a lot longer. Whereas doing it this way, it gives it a little bit of a nudge, and it will eventually be all right. I mean, this one I might as well. Yeah, that's filled up now. So we've now, with the spaceship having just arrived, and with the sulfuric acid being produced down here, we're getting to the point where trains are automatically departing like that. I didn't tell that one to go. It just went. And in theory, the same up here, but it takes a bit longer for the acid to get up here. So, yeah. In theory, this will now be we can produce the acid. We can produce the acid fast enough. We can supply the acid in sufficient quantities. It's just we have some big old tanks to fill up along here. We are pumping it out actually along here, so we should be sending some of it up this way. It's just, as I say, takes a little while to fill up the tanks, so you can clear off. No, these spaceships are 3-stop spaceships. So they go from here in Stardust, then they fly over to Talos, or to Talorbit really, where they'll land here. They'll unload all the crushed naquitite here, which goes into this train. From there, it drops down to Talos itself, where it then gets dropped off over here. The spaceship, meanwhile, continues on to Norbit, where it parks here and fills up with sulfur and iridium and enriched vulcanite and whatever, everything else that's needed out in Stardust, and also warms up its beam receiver heat battery. Once it's loaded up with all of the stuff it needs from here, it will then fly back out to Stardust. So it's a 3-stop route. It goes Stardust, Talos, Norvis, and well, the orbits of those, and then back out to Stardust again. The second Talos ship just goes from here and to drop off the naquitite and pick up all of the things you need to make naquium. To drop off the naquium, and then picks up all the things that are needed to make naquium and flies back to Talos. That is a back and forth A to B 2-stop ship. I could use. I missed your message earlier. I could put in chests along here with loaders and things. I feel that this system is probably it's simpler because these store like as much as 10, no more than 10 chests would. So it's putting in warehouses just feels a bit nicer. It might be slightly quicker with a long row of chests all the way across here, but that seems a little. I don't know. Warehouses seem like the obvious way to go, even though technically they're less efficient with space. But yeah. It works. Now over here we've got that's about a quarter full. The next spaceship is still quite a long way out, so it's only just got past Halcyon. So the system is now seems to be kind of working. Yeah, the trains are leaving from here automatically by the looks of it now, and from up here as well. Yeah, the previous train left automatically. There is now 5,000 acid in there, and that's full. So, yeah, we've got to a point where the system is now ticking over quite nicely. I'm actually really happy with that. I think the fact that none of the trains are unloading acid at the other end anymore probably helps quite a bit. So because I've dropped all the stations are only asking for 50, that actually, in hindsight, I think that's making quite a big difference, because it means the trains are coming back basically full, except for this one. I must have sent off only part full. I don't know, but most of the trains are coming back essentially with as much acid in as they left with. So we can just let these buffers fill up. This one, for example, has that one's still full. So we don't need to put any acid in there. Yeah, so that has helped quite a bit actually in hindsight. And so I am cautiously optimistic that by the time the other spaceship arrives, all of these warehouses will be pretty much full, and the spaceship will just be able to pick it up. And we still have 10,000 sulphur left. So that previous spaceship must have been one of the ones that picked up 20,000 from when I changed the numbers in here. So we have brought out some extra sulphur, and that is probably making quite a big difference to how much acid we're going to be. It'll make quite a big difference. It'll mean we can carry on making the acid even though the spaceship has gone. We haven't sort of almost immediately run out, and so we can carry on filling up these tanks. And yeah, things are looking pretty good. Right. Okay, I'm happy with that in general. Let's have a look at the to-do list and see what else is left, and then before I have to start scrambling and trying to work out other things that I want to do. So let's check the temperature of this beam receiver again. So it's still at 3.9s. I'm happy with that, which is interesting because I should have basically all of the mines running now, which I would expect to mean we'd be using a bit more power. But we are still only using about 1.2 gigawatts. So maybe that is about where we peak at. I also don't know why it split off my high temperature turbine generators into two separate ones. That's very weird. I don't know what's going on there. But, once again, it's working. I'm not going to complain. Yeah, it's working. So I do still need more trains out here, really. So maybe I should come out here, steal my ship back from Mark and fly all the way out to all the way out, put some more trains in. Temporary booster sulphur, done that. That seems to be working. More particle stream from matter liberation. That I haven't done. Mostly because I wasn't sure whether it was actually really needed. Also, while I think about it, I've broken this and haven't fixed it. So you need to move across again. That's now in the correct place. Then I need to put in some loaders. Oh, this is a mess. I think it must be there and there, and there and there. And there and there and there and there. And then an underground from there to there and belt in there. And I think that's everything. We've got the... Oh, no, it's not. I need to load it down here as well. Like that. There we go. Yes, the high temperature turbines do have multiple machines in them. But they're not. That's not what's going on there. If I go and look at one of my Stardust ships and its power grid, we've got one high temperature turbine generator on it. Plus, we've got some accumulators and the condenser turbines, and the console apparently can produce power. Who knows why? I'm not sure why that's appearing on production. But no, there's only one over here, and there was only one over on Stardust previously. But then when I went over and put in the other two, they appeared as a separate thing for some reason. I don't know why. So it is a mystery to me. Yeah, so they do contain multiple internal machines for purposes of the logic of how the system works, but that doesn't affect what you see on the power graph. Right, so over here, I want another one of these on the other side. So let's put down some scaffolding. That much? Yes. We're going to share the... I was thinking, well, yes, we'll share this belt. I'm sure there's going to be enough stone coming through. I'm not actually 100% convinced by that. I might put in a second belt along here. A second belt to carry these stones. Let's watch this go in. See how far along it gets and how fast it's moving when it gets there. And obviously these machines are going to run. We're going to empty the belt very, very quickly. But I suppose actually I could just put in this much straight away and then come back and remove some of it if I need to, rather than doing it the other way around, or not even remove it. Just put things in wherever I feel like it's a sensible place to put them. but I think I might need to. In fact, if I do that, I'm going to need a bit more. In fact, you know what? Let's not mess around. Let's put in another strip along there and just bring a second belt out from here. Because there's no reason not to, and that way I'll have a little bit more available along here. Let's do that. Yeah, we're still filling up the internal buffers in the machine, so I can't really tell whether this is all of the stone. But once they all start running smoothly, we can see how much stone is going in at this end, whether it is more than half a belt or not. And of course I could upgrade this to a deep space belt, and then we'd double the amount that could go along it as well, but I'll save that for later when we realise we haven't got enough. Yeah, so Regular mentioned the deep space belts just as I was talking about them. So no, I'd rather build with the lower tier, and then I have the capability of upgrading to the higher tier if/when I realise I need twice as much as I had previously had available. Yeah, that's my thinking. Otherwise, if I go in with deep space belts, then it's already going as fast as possible, and I can't upgrade it. It's like building a system with whatever either without speed modules or with whatever tier of speed module. If and when we suddenly need more of these, that's a bad example because it's a material fabricator and doesn't take beacons. If we suddenly needed to increase the speed of the production of these things, we could upgrade the speed modules in them all, rather than just going in with the best of everything straight away. Let's make it so that it can be upgraded. Now, okay, I could upgrade it with another system another system underneath. That would certainly be a possibility, but you know, one step at a time. Also, let's have room for. Where do you cover it? To about there. Okay, let's put in room for another roboport as well, because I can't quite get out to the end of here and it's bugging me slightly. If I put that one in, yeah, okay, I don't actually need the end column. But yeah, that'd be a good size and shape for it all. You're right, the stone half belt is not running constantly. There is capacity for actually like twice as many machines along there. Okay, that's good. I still think I want to run a second belt, just again for future expansion purposes. No undergrounds. Naughty. Bad game. There we go. So if I run that along there like that, then we can make this one solid stone. And then we can use long inserters to pass the cards in, and stack inserters to pass the stone in from this belt. In theory, we'll wait to see exactly which machines use it from where. If necessary, I could always use long inserters down the end here to get more stone in off this belt for the machines. But I'm not going to do that unless I have to. We'll just see if the machines play nicely together. Because inserters are lazy, so they will always take from the near side if they can. Yeah, and if I use red inserters along here for loading in the cards, then they'll be so slow that the stack inserters will have filled up with the from the machines much more by much higher priority. So all of this goes here, but the other way up. Oh, I've got the pipes somewhere. No, the pipes are okay. Let's line the machines up. So we'll put that there. There is a new. Oh, that's not going to get built, is it? Because that's going to be way outside the robo range. Yes, it is. So I need to put that there as my next thing, and that'll get. Hopefully, yeah, that'll get this pylon built. Then I can remove this one. You know, I'll put the this in this. There's some good English for you. I'll put this in first like that, and we can just drop it in again afterwards. But I will also need along here. I'll need to put a row of red inserters. Where's a good place for them? I can't tell. I think let's put them just put them right next to the green one, so that's a nice and easy spot without having to try and work out what's going on through the top of the machines, which is rather hard to see. So do all of that along there, and then I can fill in these gaps as well.
we've made our first rainbow catalogues.
Yay! That sounds extremely promising. That's going to be up here, I guess.
It's exciting times.
So we've got a rainbow coming in and... yes, rainbows coming out. Nice. Oh, they're going this way. They could have put them in rainbow order. Red, orange, green, blue. Oh well, never mind. I'm not going to be pedantic about that. This is a very colourful mod pack sometimes, isn't it? When you have things like that. And on these bright purple machines down here. Actually, everything's purple down this way. And then I suppose there's some yellow here and some blue. And yeah, there's lots of colour going on. Pride cubes. I think I should drop a radar in here as well, actually, because we're getting to edges of radar visibility. So one of you in there, put you there, just in case something needs to be built up on top of here. There we go. I think this should. Oh, okay. Actually, no. Some of these belts are going to be the wrong way. Like this entire belt is the wrong way around. Let's turn that round. There we go. Because that's going to be the... Actually, I mean, I could have run this round the end over here, but I don't want to do that. I want to run this up here, I guess, and drop them in there. Is that going to work? I guess they're going to go in on the other side. They're going to be lower priority. But there's going to be twice as many being pulled through, so I think that should be absolutely fine. And we've got quite a big buffer along here if we need it. So yeah, I think that should be alright. I also need to hook up these pipes, so... I guess I'm going to need to put in some undergrounds along here. Let's just do that and that. Then I can get rid of that and that and just run this belt straight through the middle there. And then this pipe, we have an underground popping up there. And is that going to be a 15? I don't think it's quite a 15. But I'm going to wave one out. I'm going to wave a 15 at it anyway. No, it's not even nowhere near a 15. So I put a 9 in and a 3. I don't know why I kept rotating that. It's not like it does any good. Right, shove that in down the bottom. So okay, so there we go. That's the oh no, wait, we need another one here. Ah. So that actually has to be a 5, because then it can middle link out there to go over to this pipe. There's that one. And I think that's probably going to be 7. Yes, 7. Lovely. I like your exuberance, Doopy. They do look pretty fabulous. Right, over here, I was waiting for those undergrounds to be placed. Okay, that's fine. Technically, I should put in a blue chest over here that's asking for any bacon data to be brought in and drop and passed back out onto the belt, but it's outside convenient robo range because that's of that sort. Actually, let's put it into normal mode for a few minutes. Then I can put down a blue one here. Are you still using
so I have 2 options here. I've got 40 arcosphere collectors available, so I can go on a bit of a spree.
Okay.
Around 8, a sort of chain of 8 areas. I'll select a place and go for that and do some collecting. Or if the plan is to go and attack Norvis, I can do that instead. I'd rather do if I'm going to go collect the arcospheres, it's going to be quite a long time. So, basically, are people going to attack Norvis now? Or is that
the plan was to do it next week.
Oh, okay.
And do a bit of getting ready this week, so make sure you have a super suit. But then go off and do the final death knell of Norvis next week.
Yep, that's fine. Okay, so in that case, I will head on out and not worry. I've just made sure that I've got enough to cause serious grief to any biters that come across.
As is traditional.
I've also jerry-rigged you're going to hate this, a Tesla gun ammunition and a Glacier gun ammunition machine, so there's some of that on the logistics network.
Okay. I've never used the Glacier gun. If you do use it, let me know. I mean, you're not going to find any going off hunting arcospheres, but if you do use it at some point, do let me know, because I've not seen the freeze gun being used.
I mean, I can fire a few shots off stray. Because basically, it puts down a temporary wall.
Oh, okay. Does it? I was assuming it would also freeze biters if you shot them with it.
I actually don't know.
Feels like the point of it.
Come and have a look. I'll do a bit of weapons testing up here. Ah. Okay, so glacier. Stupid shields. There you are.
Okay.
So that is an ice wall with 500 health.
Aye.
Oh, I
Very
can mine
nice.
it and get water ice. That's interesting.
How not very handy, because it probably costs a lot more to make the ammunition than it does to
Oh,
make...
yeah.
But yeah, in an emergency that could be handy.
So what I'm thinking is that if you were to be in a situation where there's actually a serious problem with fighting, you have first person, or you give everyone a role. One person's role is to basically put a big wall up, like that. So the obvious one is if you are in, the four of us enter a pyramid together, one person is just making sure that we're protected with a wall. Another person is firing the bloat burst gun into the biters to blow them to pieces, or the Tesla gun to electrocute them, because those both
Tesla
high
gun will probably
DPS.
destroy the wall.
Very possibly, so the bloat burst is the way forward to them. Those
Or
are your
lobbing
high
nukes
damage
over the
output.
wall and into the biter spawner areas on the other side, because the nuke gun has quite a long range and does a reasonable amount of damage.
It does, but it also has that problem of if you fire it into a wall at point blank range, that's probably bad for you.
Oh, true. So yes, you'd have to fly over the wall, fire it, and then run back in again. Yeah. No, what I really want to see is what happens if you fire the ice gun into a biter's face. Does it freeze the biter, or does it just put a wall up? So when you find some biters, you can test that one.
Yeah, sure, we'll do. Yeah, I mean the way I see it though, it's a utility weapon rather than a aggression weapon. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't see anywhere that says it affects biters. It does make logical sense, but given what it does, I as I say, I very much expect it to. Bacon. With people doing that, you've then got Swan with, in my mind, it's a railgun or an anti-material rifle, taking out the nests at range.
Is that not going to just also have the same problem of shooting into the wall?
Yeah, if it knocks one down, though, you can replace it almost instantly.
True. Yeah, you can fight.
Tesla would scatter out across the whole lot.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, but it's about combinations in my mind, where you've put a wall down and then you fired a little bloat burst into the enemy
that makes sense.
To kill them.
And I think that especially with us having regressed the biters somewhat, most of the pyramids probably aren't going to be that dangerous. Having investigated two of them, the first one I went into was far too scary, and I ran away, and that meant it was then live and active and carried on getting worse and became more or less became untenable at the point when I tried it again. The second one I investigated, I was able to go in and kill all the biters without too much difficulty. So I don't think the pyramids are going to be that dangerous.
Fair enough.
However, I've not attacked one for a while, so somebody else probably should. Right, so this train should now be going back. Yes, it's now going back to the stone pickup, because it did the stone drop. Then it went to the Norvis secondary, which is the extra station I put in here, and then it went. There's nowhere called Stone from Space. There's nowhere called Norvis secondary up, so it skipped both of those and is now going back to Androgen stone pickup, and that is what it's supposed to do. That is the system working as expected. I interrupted previous production because this is something. The train had just arrived and it was something relevant that I've been talking about. So yes, back to what we were saying. So yeah, the pyramids I think aren't going to be too much of a problem.
Yeah.
Exactly. First last. That's sort of my point. I don't think the pyramids are actually going to be dangerous anymore, with the possible exception of the one on. Hell, where was it? Was it Talos? No, it was the Vulcanite planet. It was.
Agnea,
yes. Yes, I think I defeated the one on Talos, but because I went into the one on Agnea when I didn't have good enough weapons and then ran away, it developed to the point where when I went into it again, I couldn't deal with it. So, but however, by now we probably could deal with it.
Yeah.
How are we doing up here with the... So, up here there's a random buffer tank here. That's fair. Oh yeah, I know why there's a random buffer tank. These are like half full. That's easily enough for a train. Okay, I think the particle stream appears to currently be about right. We have 200,000 in the tanks here. We've got another 60,000 in the train. Yeah, it's almost actually what I was thinking when you were talking about sort of tactics to use against the biters, with sort of one person going in and putting up a wall, somebody else shooting through it to get to the nest, and so on and so on. I was kind of thinking it's a shame that that combat is now trivial because we've got all these toys, but we don't really have any biters worth using them on.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you've got the what's it called? Not the splash screen, but when you've got the background screen animation things and so on, it shows basically a combat ship.
Hmm.
And the short version is that in the earlier game, where
You either can't make one or you don't need one.
you needed to fight the biters on a planet you actually needed. Yeah, exactly. You either found a planet that was easy, or you couldn't take the ship off once you'd landed it. It was too expensive to do, so you just didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And now we can do it. Why would we? Because we've got the capacity to cause all kinds of chaos for biters from all.
We can just go in and drop a plague rocket on the planet if we need to, and then boom, no more biter problems.
Yeah, and so you've got all these really cool weapons that are, I really want to try them out, see what they do, actually use them. But what's the point?
And that's kind of why Tristan and Marc have been doing Norvis manually, because they want to play with the personal defense lasers and the other weapons and so on. So yeah, they've been giving it a shot. That's really cool on the map view. So they've been doing it manually, even though it's objectively the wrong thing to do. Although it does leave Norvis, it does mean we don't need life support on Norvis, which is sort of a nice thing. But it's unnecessary, but kind of it's there, so we sort of want to.
I'm 100% with you. It's one of these ones where I sort of get it. I mean, Factorio is not primarily a combat game.
Yeah.
And therefore, we're not interested in quotes in more and more automated combat things like that. Or not automated combat things, right? You're not interested in more and more advanced combat progression. It's purely there as a way to make you think about how you expand your base.
But then when you play, there are mods that have made combat a bigger deal.
I mean, Factorio, like Minecraft, has the advantage in that you can use it as the sort of the Lego box for all kinds of things. So you can use AI vehicles to turn it into an RTS.
You can't, but in theory you can.
In theory you can. I mean, it's a very, very small RTS.
So I guess the point is, space exploration is not particularly combat focused. You do get a load of extra toys and things, but it's not really the focus of it. So maybe we need to play it with, I don't know, Bob's enemies or something like that. So you get you don't just get behemoth biters. You then carry on with I can't even remember what they were called. Rampant is slightly different. Rampant, I think, it's a bit of an overhaul for the enemy AI, and I think it means more of them. Whereas Bob's enemies means you essentially have the enemies are more or less the same, except that there's more tiers of them. So even after you've got to behemoth biters, you can then carry on making more pollution. The biters will evolve further, and you'll get gigantic ones or huge ones, or I can't remember what the words it used were, but there were many more tiers of lots of different colours. It also had one of the things that was quite interesting but didn't really have any effect was you had sort of different elemental biters. So you'd have acid biters, you'd have fire biters, you'd have electric biters, and they'd all do different types of damage. But because in Factorio the different types of damage don't really make any real difference, it was kind of irrelevant. I mean, yes, different things have different resiliences. So you look at, I don't know, if we go and look at a biter, we can probably find one that says it's resilient. It's resilient a certain amount against fire damage or whatever. And yeah, technically you would get biters that were resilient against fire damage. You would get biters that were weak against something else. But you didn't really tend to use it's not. I suppose the idea is it could potentially encourage you to put out an array of different weapons. You could alternate between lasers and bullet turrets or something like that. But it turned out that the plasma turrets it gave you, as long as you avoided friendly fire, were just so powerful that you didn't really need anything else.
A better way there would presumably be to have it in different large-scale areas had different types, rather than you would get a single nest would spawn one type, and then the nest next to it would spawn a different type.
That would make sense.
So
you know that
fire ones.
There were fire ones coming in from the west, or so there was no point in putting down flame turrets, but the laser turrets were effective, and then you get electric ones coming in from the north, so you want to use flame turrets against them all. That makes sense. That would be quite a good way to approach it, yeah.
You have electric ones coming in, so you put down pylons that can absorb the power, from them.
Yeah, if you went to a
And so-
slightly higher, a more detailed level with the whole thing, yeah.
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 Oh, yeah, there's a lot of very cool stuff you can do. I mean, in reality, that though is very much stepping away from the automated nature of the game.
Yeah,
Um,
true.
And that's kind of the thing. So I mean, Factorio, cracking great fun. It's really changing the whole concept of Factorio, because it's very much a case of you cannot survive on this world. You are going to get overrun. Your job is to drop in, get as much as you can, and get out again. It's a bit harsh, I think, because as I understand it, if you make one little mistake, you just get wiped, especially in the early game.
Yeah, but actually, no, it's not that bad because we did do that. We did make that mistake, and we did well. We really struggled with that planet. We hit the emergency panic escape button. We jumped to another planet, and we took some biters with us, and things were sort of still very, very difficult and unpleasant. But we were able to deal with that essentially by just doing almost hand-to-hand combat with those biters with our pistols, because they were still only small biters. We took quite a lot of deaths, but we were able to fight them back. I think we possibly then immediately jumped onto another planet because we'd wasted a load of time on that one, so it was getting pretty dirty already. But we were able to. But no, we had the ultimate screw up where the biters came in and destroyed everything. But we were able to recover from it, and it was better than starting again because we had a load of research that we'd already done. So
fair enough.
that was quite early on in
it's-
the first stream. If anyone wants to go and look for it, thank you, Doopy. I managed to actually mute my microphone that time.
It does actually lean into the drop your ship, your warp platform, into a hostile alien world. Okay, you don't land and shoot immediately because in Factorio that's time to get out at the point you actually start shooting. But it's that same concept of though, get in, get out.
Yeah.
Which I quite like the idea of. It's very different though, but it from memory, I only played one session and not for the whole session.
Yeah, we keep having them on Sundays, I'm afraid, because that's when I've been
Yeah,
free.
it's a day I'm not available. But
That's
anyway,
fair. Yeah.
From memory though, there was only the vanilla weapons.
Yes.
Now imagine Tesla guns, bloat guns, glacier guns, rail guns. Yeah, they're expensive, and yes, you'd have to balance things
Do
up
all
a
the
bit.
research to get to them, but then
Yeah.
we're not doing we've got to the point where at least now we're not really doing hand-to-hand combat. Actually, no, that's not true. No, I take that back. No, because when we do land on a planet, we are then we're putting out the mines, and then we're clearing the biters out from around them. So yeah, actually, something like bloat burst there would be quite fun. Especially to be absolutely lethal, because you drop a bloat into the middle of it, and because they're all basic biters, it would just be a cascading chain reaction across the entire massive nest. Yeah, that would be a lot of fun.
But yeah, I think more fundamentally, you are pulling out at the point when, again from memory, that Factorio, the biters never get to be particularly big.
No,
They
we've
just
been
avoid you
leaving
by
when we get
sheer
to
weight
large
of numbers.
biters.
Yeah.
Quick
It's
aside, Mark.
Yes.
Did you make the cooling system to be balanced? So, given that I've doubled the cold and the super chilled, do I also need to double
no.
the cool? Okay.
No, I just made the designs, and you are free to copy the blocks
Okay, cool.
horizontally.
That was sort of the impression I got, because I had a load of yellow lights on the radiators, and then
Yep.
and not enough super chill coming out of the top.
I just
Cool.
made it pretty.
It's now 50% prettier because I've doubled half of it. These are all running as fast as they can. Well, actually, these two aren't running up here because they're presumably not getting enough of the cold in. Well, big speed boost over here, so should be alright. I say should be alright. It means I'm doubling the output. I don't know if that's going to be enough to keep this satisfied, but a little bit at a time. Oh, that's where you're making your cold ammunition. Right. It's out of the way. I don't mind.
It's not perfect. I'm not going to pretend it is, but it does work. Yes, that request a chest at the top is only it's there for you to top it up every so often, rather than it
Okay.
being a serious thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've turned the request off because I was there going, you don't want to be bossing in thousands of the things. It seems silly.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I just went up, just came scrolled up here and went, hey, where'd that come from? Oh, I see what it is. But
Yeah.
no, it's fine. It's not in the way of where I'm expanding to, so I don't have a problem.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, so I believe these two, as you say, they're not running. I think it's slightly odd that the cold is getting down here to these machines before it's getting to these ones. But I don't think there's any problem with these, apart from there's not enough cold coming in, which is this duct that is then going along down here. And yeah, so it seems to be, somehow the ducts seem to prioritise further down rather than the nearest ones, which is a little bit bizarre. But I think the only reason is that there's just not enough of the cold being brought through here. Oh, we have pumped a load of it into here, which is a bit unnecessary. Let's get rid of that, and let's do that. There we go, that won't run. And this will drain fairly quickly back into the system. And that's only a temporary fix, but then once we've done that, I can then delete these two, all of this storage space, all these this storage thing here, because we don't need it. Well, it's going to take a while to empty that.
Ooh, and another thought whilst I have it.
Oh. Same here, actually.
This is pick-upable. Does it need fixing?
Yes, I believe so. And in my last run, I did fix it because why not? But I didn't get much further than just fixing it.
Is it something you want to do? Just, I mean, the way I see it, you've got kind of two angles to it. One is to fix it, see what happens, and then educated guess is that it's going to be a long time before we can do anything with it.
Yeah, I think it is. I agree. From my previous knowledge, it is. You fix it, and then you get a thing that you can do things to. I didn't get to the point of doing things to it.
No worries.
So I don't. So yeah, if you want to put it together, go ahead. I'm quite happy for you to do that.
I mean, I'm happy to. I just don't want to sort of steal the thunder because it is your stream,
Well,
etc.
if you do it when I'm watching, that's fine.
Okay.
We're going to go any further than that.
Shall I do it now then, whilst I'm here? On the way
Okay.
past?
And if you want to harvest any more of that of the big ship up here, I think I took I think I took most of the valuables, although I've left a couple of Naquitite solar panels behind because I'm apparently blind. But if you want to harvest it, then feel free.
Accumulators that we don't really use.
Oh, there is a solar panel in it as well.
No worries. I will leave that one alone for now. Just collecting. Are these? Oh, these are separate. Oh no.
Yeah, so
Each
you need
one
to,
is a separate stack.
You need at least means you know. Yes, but you know which way round they are by looking at them. You don't have to rotate each one. At least I don't think you have to rotate each one to try and fit it in place.
No, I don't.
True,
It's
true.
not a particularly complicated jigsaw puzzle.
Oh boy. This I don't regret picking it all but once, but at the same time, actually, it stores them in a nearly helpful order.
Okay.
There we go. So I'm just going to start on the bottom left. You go there and work
Mike
my
plays a
way
jigsaw puzzle.
around. Actually, yeah, that's not anywhere near as bad as I was expecting, to be honest.
You can still see the cracks from where you've repaired it.
I haven't finished yet. That doesn't look right.
That did not look right.
That's not right.
You found the little pieces now.
Right, you know what? I'm going up to
So
the top
this is
bit.
easy.
Do the big pieces first, and then
No, I
find
said
where the
it's-
little pieces go afterwards.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it wasn't as bad as I was expecting, I think is what I said. But yeah,
Yeah, it's not the
then
most
I got to that
challenging
bit
of
and just
jigsaws.
went, oh.
Oh, you can see inside it. Look, big tubes. I mean, it appears to consist of two large pipes and fiddly bits, but yeah. Okay.
All I'm going to say at this point is it's hugely reminiscent of a Stargate.
It is, yes. It does look a lot like a Stargate.
You go there.
Not that I can tell yet, because, it's not finished. But once it's finished, I'm sure it'll look a lot like a Stargate.
I'm sure it doesn't require that much in the. I'm going bold here. I'm just going to chuck bits in the middle. That's not right.
No, boldly going is Star Trek, not Stargate.
Yeah, the same thing. My nerd license is going to get revoked for that kind of statement.
Yes, Captain John Luke
that's
Skywalker
right.
is going to come out and give you a smack.
Exactly. Okay.
Dun dun dun. Ooh, and a bit has appeared at the bottom. So we've now unlocked. We now have in the tech tree. We have long-range star mapping and dimensional anchor.
Oh.
I mean, I
Okay,
know
so
we call you a
this
lot of things,
needs-
but dimensional anchor is not what we normally call you.
Superconductive cable, natrium processors, lithium-sulfur batteries, and space pipe. Other than in fact, all of that seems pretty.
They're not
Boring.
massively advanced things. Yeah.
We're not making the processors yet, whatever they're called.
No. That's true. Yeah, the Naquium processors are 2 steps off in the Naquium Deep Space Science, etc. tree. So you haven't even made tesseracts yet, let alone processors. But
There's no stars in the middle.
yeah, I noticed that. It is a.
But, I mean, there wasn't one building it. I just assumed that was because there's an object there for
glorious
placing
darkness.
reasons. Yeah.
We are
I'm
now
just-
producing advanced science.
Whee!
Doopy is disapproving of your. Actually, there's something on the map, but there is nothing there.
I know, it's shocking, isn't it?
Here, there is on the map on the mini map. There is a something there, or is that just where it says? Oh, that's just the thing that says Fenestra. Never mind.
Yeah, that's just the,
Just the center of Fenestra.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No matter. Yeah. So at some point, I guess we'll come out here. I don't know if we'll put in a beam receiver. We'll probably more likely we'll have some sort of nuclear power plant or something like that, or we'll do the trick I did with the previously, where you send a ship out to with a heat battery to charge it up. Actually, out of curiosity, what is the solarness of? So solar is 0%, but if you tried to send a beam here, I wonder how much it would. In fact, while you're still there, Mike, I'm going to try and point one of the beam transmitters at your beam receiver and see what sort of percentage effective transmission rate we get. I expect it to be 0, but I'm curious. Right, so you, not Norbis orbit, to Fenestra, fire at Will. No, you fire at Mike.
It said 0% on the UI.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Part of me is also tempted just to completely tear the ship down for the sake of thoroughness. That's a lot of combinators all do any of these combinators have
0.34% transmission efficiency. So we're sending 13 gigawatts over, and you're receiving not very much.
Yeah, okay.
A third of a percent. So, I mean, in theory, we could use this to power. It depends how much power the thing actually requires. But we could, in
These two
theory.
combinators, those two
Not many
there,
of them are
have values already programmed.
Oh.
As does that.
236
I mean, that one, just
million
S is greater than C, that's nothing.
minus 2.1 gigawatts. Gigacs.
But you've got two.
But yeah, saving those two values might be sensible.
In fact, to be honest, none of the other. Oh, yeah. There's a constant. Sorry, a decider combinator here that says if S is greater than 0, then you output an input count of C. So yeah, Don't put. How about you don't pull up any of the circuit network stuff there, and we can give a power to it at some point. To see what happens.
I'm not gonna.
Because it's not valuable.
Actually, why? Because there's a solar panel, but there's no power.
There'll be no power from a solar, or barely any power.
Oh,
How many pylons have you got in your inventory? Oh, quite a
copy
lot.
the ship in a blueprint and save it this way.
That's true.
Hey, Mike, fly to your south, west, and then south a bit.
Yeah, okay. Let's turn these back on. I just got a whole load of stuff appeared in my inventory. I think, I'm not sure.
Oh, I assumed that was you doing stuff.
No.
That was me. My doings is. Okay, there we go. Now it should be powered. It is. Lights have come on.
Mm-hmm.
The ship hasn't departed, so that's a good start.
Well, I mean, let's be honest, it couldn't. It's
True. Yeah, it's not going to have integrity. You're right.
The chest I pinged has 8 of those processors in that we don't have any of yet.
Oh, the Naquium
Yep.
processors. Oh, nice.
How many were needed? More than 8, I assume.
For what the Fenestra...
Unknown number.
So it's just
It'll
keep
be
chucking
like,
in.
I imagine it'll be like building a rocket.
Yeah.
Yeah. When the time comes to complete that bit, I imagine it'll be a case of dump a load of stuff into the ship and see what's going on. Speaking of which, that reminds me, I did turn on the DSS3 production and just leave it running.
Did you say you did?
Okay, let's turn that off again.
Yeah, I don't see anything interesting happening from the. Oh, were you playing with the Stargate?
Output full.
Yeah.
The warm thermal fluid is full.
Oh.
Did you not link that in?
Not properly.
No, you didn't.
Oh, yeah. How did I mess that up?
It's easily done, to be fair.
That's wrong. That needs to be...
Different.
Thank you. No, you can't do that. You'll cross-contaminate the networks. Oh, that's awkward.
Yeah, that will work, but oh.
Yeah, it's not nice, but
It's awkward when you can't bring two pipes out directly adjacent to each other like that.
that's why I've done this for the 3 fluids I need down here.
Yeah, it is possible to do it with
But it
two
takes up
next
so
to
much
each
more
other,
space.
but basically, yeah, you've got to be clever about.
If the two pipes are running along right next to each other, you can't run two pipes. Well, I suppose you could have it come off the other side and then go under.
Yeah, you've got to be clever with the way it's done, and this is not clever. Basically.
Yeah. Regular points out that 2.1 gig is the limit of the 32-bit signed integers, so that number is just the absolute minimum it could be.
Yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that it's a complete red herring, and basically it's just a case of we need to put something in there, or Aaron Douglas, I want to put something in there for interest, which is completely acceptable. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain about that much.
I pressed Alt. Those when we powered them up, it didn't seem to be really doing anything. So I suspect those numbers aren't particularly useful. But also on the flip side, there's no point in rescuing some arithmetic combinators and some constant combinators because they're so cheap that we don't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The Naquium processors are worth having, but the rest not so much.
I'll leave them there for now. But yeah, to me the question is, are they a clue in terms of you're going to need 2.1 gigahertz of power or whatever?
That's some fast power. You might be right.
2.1 gigajoules. But yeah, that to me is the
Yeah, I agree. That's why I think we should just leave them for the time being.
Unless there's anything else anyone wants me to do right now, Finestra, I'm going to depart.
Nope, I'm happy with that. You
Let's
say that,
go.
Daredevil. We found the Stargate, yes, but there's still quite a lot to do. There's all of this research. Actually, it all fits on screen at the same time, so I guess we're relatively close, kind of. We've still got quite a bit of research left to do. We've still got 2 science packs left to. Well, one science pack definitely, and one science pack that we've not quite made yet. So there's still quite a bit to do, and we've still got a lot of we've still got all of the actual puzzle part of it to do.
There's Advanced 2 as well.
Oh, and Advanced 2, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's true. So we've got two science packs that completely need doing, and one of them that we are more or less in the position to do, but not quite. That's going to need Tesseracts, isn't it? Yes, that does need Tesseracts. So we can't go any further until Mike's made Tesseracts. But yeah, it's yes. Okay, so we're now at a point where we are basically we've filled up with the supercooled thermofluid is now full. The cold thermofluid also full. We're just filling up some internal buffers now, I guess. Yeah, just filling up some internal buffers. Everything seems to be working quite nicely up there. Looking down here, how is the antimatter antimattering? Does it antimatter?
Yep.
No, it
Mike,
stopped. The antimatter's
you haven't
full.
realised while you're travelling, starting making Naquium Tesseracts would be good because they'll be needed for the science packs.
Yeah, I can do that.
I believe they take arcospheres.
Going on here. Oh, is it made enough? Right, yeah, okay. Oh, right, yeah. So, yeah, your antimatter canister supply is also full, so the antimatter has stopped flowing. So, yeah, that's all pretty good. Let's put it into this station here because we do want to have some. But also, let's not fill up above 60,000 because it's kind of pricey and difficult. So you fill up until antimatter is fill up when it's less than. I'm going to go to 100,000. No, I'm not. I'm going to go to 80,000 because that's a train and a little bit more. And we'll fill the drain up as well. So there we go. We're going to make quite a lot of antimatter now, but it'll mean everything will be full. We can take that to wherever it's needed. And, more importantly, I can keep an eye on this and make sure that we're ripping through the thermofluid is being produced and dealt with at a rate that we can keep up with. Which I'm sure it will be, but it's good to make sure. Notably there, half of the machines, more than half of the machines have kicked in now. So we are churning. Yeah, that does churn through a decent amount of the thermofluid. I may need to, when we get to doing deep space science properly, we might need more of these. Sorry, more of this. This might need to be expanded even further. Wow. We're still only at 70. Is the rocket reusability research actually going? Because I'm sure we've been at 73% all stream. No, it is running.
Stuff was flowing in earlier.
Yeah.
We're slightly limited on Astro 1 at the moment. But not. No, actually, no. We're just low on it. We're not actually limited by it at the moment. It's borderline. Left-hand one's going to drop out at the moment, I think.
Yeah, 19, 20. It's got 20 and 9, 9, 10. It's got about 10, and it's holding reasonably steady. Yeah, it seems to be going up slightly faster than it's going down. Yeah, I guess it's just such a big research. 70. Oh no, we were on 60 something before, I think. So we're it was probably but it's, so 262,000. So 262,000 minutes. 16, 122, 4. So that's 4,000 hours divided by 100. So 4,000 hours would be therefore be 40 hours. Divided by 2, because there's 2 machines here, so that's 20 hours. Divided by the productivity boost, which is
3.5.
3.5. Thank you. So what did I say? 20 hours. So 3.5 is still going to be
2.5.
So 3.5.
2.5.
2.5. It's still we're still looking at 8 hours for this to run. Right. Oh. Good point. It's only 100. The one we're doing is only 131,000. Good point. So it's actually half that. It's only a mere 4 hours. However, the game is
take into account we're running at 100 times speed.
Yes.
Okay.
That took it down from 4,000 to 40 hours. Yes, it's actually half of that. So it's a mere 4 hours, but we're running at about 40-ish UPS. So it's actually going to be 6 hours of real time, which is a stream and a half. Do you think we need more?
It's running for half of last stream, so.
So it'll probably finish by the end of today's stream. Lovely.
I'm so glad we're doing that when rockets are rockets are such a major part of our logistics and infrastructure.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
But the thing that we would jump in with is the Deep Space Science 3, which we can't make because we don't have Tesseracts yet.
Yeah, we could do long range star mapping 2. We can't do advanced catalogue. We could do energy shield Mark 5. We could do antimatter ammo. We could do all of the matter conversions. We could do energy weapon damage 13. We could do
all of the matter conversions. They're just as important as
I know
the
they're more or
rockets.
less pointless.
We didn't have the long range star mapping until just now.
No, mining productivity is a worthwhile one, and bot speed and energy weapon damage. Deep Space Science Pack 3 is iffy whether we do that one. We could wait to do it until Mike has made Naquium Tesseract, I suppose. Are you spending your time while you're flying around in your spaceship planning that one, by the way, Mike?
He's putting in a load of scaffolding, so I assume so.
Okay. Well, First Last says we're about half done at the beginning of the stream on that rocket research. Hey, Johan.
I'm going to unmute and answer the question.
And thanks for the resub as well, Johan. Much appreciated. I was going to say, 15 months, that's a year and a half, but no, it's not, because we don't have 10 months in a year. What are you doing, Laurence? Get more sleep. But yes, thank you for the 15 months.
Yes, I am planning to update the arcosphere area, hence the scaffolding.
Okay, awesome. I think the only reason I'm being a little bit grumpy about the rocket research being done, because as you say, there's not much else in there that's particularly valuable, is because it means I can't look at whether the deep space science is flowing nicely and whether the Naquium production is sufficient and yada 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 yada. But it doesn't really matter. However, I'm not sure what to do next now because I've run. I think I've used all of my to-do list up. Let's have a quick look at it, and then probably forget to turn it off again as is traditional.
Tristan, could you do the explosive damage researchers?
Explosives? What?
What?
Why?
Yes. Why?
Because we now have Spidertrons and rocket ammo and...
Ah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yep.
All trains and stuff. I think I might go back out to Stardust for a bit. I've done the boost to sulphur transport, and that seems to be looked mostly okay when I last looked. More particle stream from matter liberation cards I've done. Did I finish dismantling the Deep Space Science product? Yes, I did. It's basically all gone now. Yeah. Look at that. Well, okay. The lithium hasn't all gone, but basically it's move that. Put belt in. Otherwise, silly things are going to happen there. Let's put you where I can read you. There we go. Done that. Stop the stone train going down when it shouldn't. Yes, I've done that. Immosite crystals was Marc. Thermofluid, I've done that. Plastic priority was Marc. Use Marc, yeah, that's the same thing again. I've done that. Add another iron mine next time I go to Stardust. So if I go to Stardust, yeah, that makes sense. Better life support, that's a good point, regular. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, metric time would be rather useful. The problem is we can't metricize the number of days in a year because that's set by
So that was tried in 1790 something by the Thermidor faction in France.
I'm imagining it didn't work very well.
It did not. It was a complete disaster. It caused economic ruin. It caused... there are people who say, so what, don't care. But it caused absolute chaos, just down to the basic level of...
Isn't the big problem with that just straight up going to be that the calendar will no longer match up with the actual year? Now, maybe if we all...
That was a major reason why most people haven't heard of the Thermidor faction, is because they do technically have an anniversary every year. Do you know when it is? Yeah, give you a hint. It's 10 months after the last one.
To be fair, that's no more ridiculous than Easter, which is celebrating the anniversary of a thing, but it's at a different time every year. So.
Oh yeah, that one's a whole lot more complicated.
Oh yeah,
because no one knows when the event occurred for certain. And more fundamentally, when they did try and work it out, they also said, hang on, we need it to occur in these, basically within these other bounds as well, because otherwise it's really inconvenient for us on a personal level. So we'll just move it around to try and be accommodating.
Yes, which is obviously absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it causes chaos. I mean, I do appreciate that, you want the thing to be on a weekend.
You could still... No, it doesn't... Yay! Suddenly there's a big flood of... oh, there are belts. Okay. That's a very strange effect of happening. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted by fleets of bots doing sort of bot ballet and belt upgrade ballet. What was I saying?
It's the same way that all our public holidays are on Mondays. That's
but at least...
Even though you could theoretically say, well, it's always on such like Christmas Day and Boxing Day.
Yeah, but
always on the 25th
you could
and 26th.
Say... No, but you could still say that Easter Day is the the 75th of November or whatever, and then just say, but for sort of common sense reasons, we're going to have...
we will move it to the nearest
we're going to have the
weekend.
celebration will be the nearest weekend or something like that. Which is basically what we do with, which is in fact exactly what we do with most of the bank holidays, because you've got sort of the May Day is the first Monday in May, which is so the 1st of May is what you can consider to be May Day, but the first Monday of May is when you have the bank holiday. So
yeah.
Okay, Tempe. Well, thanks for joining. We'll catch you next time.
Hey, Tempe.
Exactly, Johan. That's a sort of a bit of a nonsense. It moves around like an absolute lunatic. However, what I would quite like to see is to move over to 13 months of each of which would be exactly 4 weeks, and January the 1st would be defined to always be a Saturday or a Sunday, or no, probably a Monday, because then every month, if you would just know that the 1st is always a Monday, the 8th is always a Monday, and so on. Now, the downside, the slight awkwardness or slight extra thing you need to consider in this is that you would end up with a day or two that would be undefined, but then I would say you just make that a non-day that is another bank holiday, and it just doesn't have a day of the week name. It just is its own special end-of-year holiday day thing that you come up with a special name for. So yes, I would. I think that would make life a lot easier, because then you'd actually know what day of the week. If somebody said, "Are you free on the 14th?" you'd immediately know that was a Sunday. Where am I going? What am I doing? Oh yes, I was going to go and make a life support system.
Yeah,
Also,
that would be
crystals.
Absolute chaos, I think, for those 5 days that don't fit the monthly cycle.
I don't think it'd be any. It's a lot. It's less than 5, isn't it? It's 1 or 2, depending on.
360 is 13 times 3, 30 even.
Yeah, 20. No.
No, wait, hang on.
It's 13 times 28 is the number you're looking for.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Words. So it's not 5, but yeah, fine.
But yeah, so those days would be no more complicated than February the 29th are and the current system, really.
Yeah.
At some point, Johan, it may panic the software engineers, but somebody would come up with a fixed time system, and it wouldn't be any worse than the current system of leap years and whatnot that already need to be handled. So, and it would make life quite a lot easier. I mean, it's one of those things that's never going to change, because who would organise that, and there's nobody that everybody in the world listens to. So. We can't really do that. You need something bigger and more powerful than the British Empire at its absolute height, or every European empire at their absolute height. It's not realistic. It's not going to happen. But I feel it would be quite useful.
Yeah, the last time such a thing was done was the move from the Julian to the Gregorian calendar, and that took several centuries to take effect.
Exactly. I'm not saying it's realistic. It's like my thought on daylight savings time is that we should have it set so it always gets dark at 10 o'clock, because and just shift the clock around based on that. Now, obviously, there's a shocked silence there at that proposal. Oh, I've left the to-do list on screen again.
Move the time around so that it always gets dark at 10.
Yes. That's life support. Thank you. Yes, that'd be a good idea.
That's definitely a thing.
Oh, it's not realistic, or actually, it's not entirely sensible. But it'd be quite. I'd find it quite useful, quite nice.
Does mean that in the middle of winter in the north of Scotland, it wouldn't be dawn until about 5 p.m.
So,
I mean, it is the north of Scotland.
I would rather have that than have it get light at 10 o'clock in the morning and get dark at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and never see the sun because I'm in the office.
I mean, yes. What about those who want to work outside during the heat of the day in the winter, want the opportunity of daylight to be at least a bit warmer?
I will agree. I will happily agree that my suggestion is a silly one. I'm not going to try. I'm not going to try and justify it. What I actually think we should do, what I think is reasonable and realistic, would be to go over to double daylight savings time and leave it there, because I dislike the fact that in the winter it gets dark before I finish work. I would like to have some actual usable light in the evening. Now, I know the theory, but here's the thing I don't understand. So the theory behind shifting the clocks around is to make it better for farmers in the winter, or make it safer for school kids in the winter, or something like that. So give them a little bit of extra light in the morning when they're going to school, or when they're going out to milk the cows first thing in the morning. But GMT is what we're expected to be on. British summertime is the one that's shifted and gone slightly weird, and that doesn't fit. Why? What's the point in having a later sunset in the summer?
So I'm not convinced it actually is supposed to be good for farmers.
Who is it supposed to be good for then?
I don't know. I just vaguely remember hearing that everyone says farmers, and that's not. It's one of those, everyone thinks, but it's not quite right.
Well, the other justification.
Put their mark on history.
The other justification I've heard is so that children don't get run over trying to get to school because drivers can see them because it's light. Which, I mean,
ironically, in the UK, the reason I just googled it, the reasoning it says is to make better use of daylight available. Is to take an hour of daylight from the morning and add it to the end of the day during daylight saving time.
Now,
it's what you want, Laurence.
It's what you want.
It is what I want. I just don't want us to stop doing it in the winter. That's the point. And I want to double it as well, actually.
It is the winter when it's that way around, isn't it?
No.
Spring
No,
forward, fall back.
It gets dark earlier in the
Back
winter
an hour.
than it would otherwise. So you get more light. You get the light in the morning in the winter. That's how it works currently.
Yeah, dawn is an hour later in the summer, ignoring the fact that it shifts.
5, 10, 12 arcospheres.
Ha ha ha.
Counting's hard, right?
Sorry, I thought you were having a count von count moment. Oh, what's that made in? Made in a life support facility. Fine. You're a life support facility. No, you're a decontamination facility. You a life support? You're a life support facility.
Right, onwards to the next thing.
Don't put that in the right. No, I put that in the wrong place. Yeah. So my personal preference would be to switch over to. Why have I put that there like that? Let's not do that. Would be to switch over to having. Would be to switch over to double daylight savings time all the time, so that you always get a bit more light in the evening. Massive paste from Doopy. Introduces. Energy crisis. I can sort of see the logic behind that, but only sort of. Because I suppose yes, in theory you could yes it might but as it is in the summer, the sun comes up well before most people get up, and still goes down. Well, in the sort of late spring, early summer, and the sun still goes down before most people are going to bed. So if you shifted the day onward a little bit later, then they'd be using less power in the evening, and they wouldn't be using any more power in the morning because they'd still be asleep. At least a lot of people would be. So no, I don't accept that as a logical reason. Why do we not have any life support facilities up here? Let's try and request some. See if that helps. I feel it's also worth mentioning that when I'm having these strong opinions, it is largely from a selfish point of view. When I'm saying something like I would like us to, for me, I would prefer it if we did it like this. I accept that other people may disagree, and it's one of the reasons. And I don't. So I'm not saying you necessarily automatically should do what I'm saying, but personally, I would prefer it if we just switched over to double summertime and left it there all year round, because then in the winter it would get dark. Well, where I live at least, it would get dark around 7:30 p.m., which means you'd see a little bit of daylight when you get home, after you leave work and when you get home. So you could, I don't know, go for a walk or a cycle or something like that, and it'd be just sort of generally a bit nicer.
Alternatively, work hours should just be more flexible.
Yes, well, that wouldn't be enough, unfortunately. Again, speaking selfishly, because I do other things in my life which are based around. So, for example, rehearsals are still going to be 8 till 10. So, if I did go, well, I'm just going to shift my work hours a bit earlier, then I wouldn't be able to get enough sleep. Ooh, armor, shield, nice. I was going to want those at some point. I feel like I'm being used for my inserters. Dubious as that sounds. Yeah. So yes. I mean, I'm not sure if my job is possibly flexible enough that I could move my entire work day 2 hours earlier, but then I'd have this massive gap in the late afternoon, which I suppose is when I should go off and have a cycle or a walk or whatever like that. But then I wouldn't be able to get in enough sleep between the end of a stream or the end of a rehearsal and the or a pub trip or party or anything I do with other people. Yeah, I wouldn't have enough time for a night's sleep between random social things I would do and the day starting work the day after. But 6-day weekend would be nice, but I'm trying to sort of be semi-realistic here. I mean, it's. I know it's not realistic to expect the entire country to change my whim, so I don't mean. I don't mean I'm being entirely.
I was going to say it's an interesting concept of semi-realistic. It's
well, it is a thing that could be done without a massive upheaval of the of society and the economy and so on and so on. There's no reason the society could shift to without any significant change. Could shift to being on double daylight savings time or double British summertime. It wouldn't cause sort of the massive upheaval that switching to a 6-day weekend would cause. For example, I'm sure there's a patch of
something's gone wrong with the
English language.
Something's gone wrong with the way that the arcosphere foldings works.
As is traditional.
No, as in, like here, processes 1, 2, and 6 deliberately don't share inputs with any other processes.
Yeah.
And yet somehow, process 1 has managed to get 2 spare omegas into its system.
Have you run out in the warehouse?
I expect that happened
because it was looping round.
You probably ran out of lambdas. And so it chucked out an omega, and then it tried to chuck out a lambda but didn't have one, and then it did that again. So
that is plausible.
Virtually certain that's what's happened.
Yeah. Okay, so that means I just got. Let's see how many have I lost. I had 50. I think it was 52. Where's my notes? Where's one note? There you are. 30, 40, 50, 52.
Hello,
there are 42 and things. So yeah, there's 10 lost in various machines rounded about. Now I know that 1 is there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, there's 9 lost in folding recipes in various places. That's annoying.
So you need a few more arcospheres in there basically, which
yeah.
So
I deliberately turned on the thing and just let it run for half an hour or so to see what happened.
Yeah.
And in fairness, I mean the number of things is backed up to that underground there, so that's doing okay.
There's an awful lot of alerts in our alertometron.
Oh, it's split. Why are these split? Wait, what's going on?
What have you split?
No, I've confused myself. Those are 2s. Yeah, so no, the 3s are only up to there. Okay, fine. That's still good. It's just not as good as. I was looking at the input line for the 2s and got confused, thinking it was an input line from the 3s.
Ah, right. Hey, Ibn Hashim. Yes, I'd say Factorio is pretty good fun. I'm about 2,800 hours into it and still having good fun. Yes, and no, Blake, there isn't a recycling recipe that actually gives you stuff back. It is all just a 25% chance of voiding. Actually, no. Mark was saying he thought there might be some. Did you find any, Mark?
I haven't looked.
Okay.
Or was that the things like the original sand production?
No, I think some of the inserters. I thought. We're giving you something back. I'm not sure. Usage. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can turn them into inserter parts.
Yeah.
All right. So there are
probably more faffs than it's.
Yeah. So yes, you there are a few things that can be turned back into useful parts, but in general, mostly not. The biters are. The biters do serve a purpose. They are there to essentially prevent you from just expanding freely. They're to give you something to give you a little bit of a limit on the size of your factory. If you're very, very early on in it, you could play without them, or perhaps play on something like Rail World or without it, with expansion turned off or something like that. But they do certainly. I would say they do add a bit to the game because they make it. They prevent you from just being able to make your factory as big as you want. They make it so that you have to earn additional territory essentially. But yes, they are generally annoying. I tend not to play mods that are about combat or that make combat bigger and more interesting, because I'm not so interested in combat. I'm mostly interested in just playing in the building part of Factorio. So we do just have normal biters. So if we look back down on Norvis, for example, if I can find it in the list, which I can't. There it is. If we look down here, well, we've killed most of them, but there's a few down here. So we've just got sort of relatively normal levels of biters and things. passive mode. Yeah, passive mode is what I was talking about. It's a good way to make them a bit less threatening, because then they don't expand, so they won't come and get you. But as your factory gets bigger and bigger, you will still have to deal with them as you go out. So they still provide a certain amount of their raison d'etre, but they're not quite as. But they give you, it'll give you time and space to plan and stuff like that. Where are those?
Laurence, are you stealing all the stone from Andragon?
I'm stealing some of the stone from Andragon.
Because we have a severe stone shortage on Norris.
Have I stolen the train? The train. I have not stolen the train. I have just used the train. It's just come over here. And there's
says waiting.
40,000.
I added the new stone station for the fertilizer. I don't know if maybe I stole the train there.
You haven't stolen it, but you might have grabbed the next few loads of stone or something like that.
No, I only requested one load.
Okay. The train is definitely moving because it's just left the stone station for particle production.
Okay.
Particle
In
production
terms...
is getting through it. Particle production is getting through stone fairly quickly though.
In terms of sort of recording arcospheres, I've been noting down how many I get on each individual launch. How much do you
don't
care?
have to.
I don't think.
It's all in the Informatron. Oh, you mean for videos?
Well, just so generically, I mean, yes, the Informatron tells you how many
you've got from each place. It doesn't tell you how many you've got from each launch in those places.
So the short version is I don't know whether that information would ever be useful, but at the same time,
it's mildly useful in that it allows you to watch the rate that they drop off at. Yeah, depleted. Yeah. I've forgotten the term I'm looking for, but yeah, yes. So you don't words. It's mildly interesting, but not that interesting. We know it drops off. We don't really care exactly how fast.
Fair enough. I mean, basically, I can just do 5 launches and tell you how many there are in total, and whilst doing other things. But if I'm paying attention to then I'm not doing other stuff.
I think you might as well do other stuff and just and not don't even bother keeping track, because I can check it relatively easily and just say, okay, we've got so many arcospheres now. Things are going well. We have several. Why are you?
Yep, no worries. In that case, I will give up tracking by individual launches. I'll just chuck the relevant things into the. It's relatively automated. I chuck 5 probes and 5 things into a chest.
Yeah.
And then collect the arcospheres out at the end.
Why was that missing?
Oh, I see why. You didn't actually hook up the elevator, Laurence.
What?
The signal on that here.
Oh. I
so
see.
It's never requesting any down there.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, that makes sense. Does it not come up the other elevator? Clearly not. I don't know. Maybe I think I possibly assumed it came up the other one or something like that. I don't know. Okay. Thank you. All right. That explains it. Cool. Thank you for the resub, Johan. So for another 15-month. No, hang on. I said no. It was you. I said thank you to a little while ago. I think. Yes, it was. I've lost track of it. That was the 15 months I got confused by. Oh, it's passive. Oh, passive mode is not the same as no expansion. Okay, so passive mode is even more passive biters. So whether you only have to shoot them if they're actually in the way. Okay. Oh, Tristan's hovering around there as well. I'll let him finish off that wiring. Yeah. What's it doing? Oh yes, I was trying to make these things. We still don't appear to have got those life support facilities. Are they? No, the train has arrived. Let's see if this train contains life support facilities. It does not anymore. Has it dropped them off already? And Mike is annoyed, trying to wind me up again by deleting bits of scaffolding. I see.
Not guilty this time.
Okay.
As much as I'd love to say it was me.
Somebody is being. It's not even being annoying. They're just going, "Aha! I see you have done a thing. I'm going to acknowledge that you've done a thing by poking the thing." There's a lot of stuff that shouldn't be in these warehouses. While they're
You mean the warehouses of shame?
Yeah, but then I mean, there's different levels of shame. Like this one contains. This one contains a load of the was it this one? One of them contained a load of data cards for Deep Space Science, which I thought probably shouldn't be there, and I come over and tidy up. I've lost them now. There's a load of the matter liberation data and catalogues as well, which I might as well tidy up, and naquium ingots and plates. There's a load of ore. Should probably get rid of that. Oh, here we go. Here are the here's the Deep Space Science cards I wanted to deal with. Railgun ammo. Ooh, there's another portable fusion reactor. I'll have that. Now, some of this stuff is fairly sensible, and things that actually do belong in here. Nuclear artillery kind of does, because it does get provided to spaceships. 7 Mark II personal roboports seems a little odd, but I'll take those anyway. These shouldn't be in here. Those shouldn't be there. These speed module 2s should be being automatically tidied up, and efficiency module 2s. Those should be going away automatically.
Mike,
Sand and wood shouldn't really be in there. I'm not taking the uranium ore because it'll hurt.
can I
Tristan.
just read off this red signal, and that will be the number of arcospheres that exist in the system?
You can, or you can read from down there. There are
I was
42.
going to put it through a buffer just to be, just to make sure I'm completely
Yes.
disconnected. It shouldn't matter, but
Yes, you can do that. That's fine.
to send it down to Norvis to put on the graph.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, as I say, the numbers are literally on these combinators here. That's the whole point of those 3 combinators, is to work out the percentage of each one, which means looking at the real number, and then. But yeah,
I've got equivalent. I've got equivalent circuitry down on Norvis already. I put it in
fair
there
enough.
a month or 2 ago.
If it makes you happy, I'm not going to stop you. I mean, yeah, I might do, but that's not the point. I'm only here to destroy your enjoyment. Not your sin.
I've seen what you've done to my circuitry before.
I believe you mean thank you for correcting my circuitry.
Seems unlikely.
No, I very much don't.
Yeah, I was going to say, no, I
Why is stuff not...
I don't expect people to
Oh.
thank me for my excellence. Mike is the best.
There's a lot of roboports in this chest. Most things seem to be in sort of vaguely sensible quantities, but occasionally there's something where there's just a bajillion of them for no apparent reason. Right, I did.
I also need to change the colour. So
did see some life support facilities, so that probably means up here, yes, we now can make life support 1, life support 2, life support 3. We're not going to make life support 4 because that requires naquium tesseracts, and that is silly. Okay. Request from buffer chest. There we go. That'll help.
Mike, your belts are not actually connected to the warehouse. They're 2 completely separate circuits.
Oh. How's that happened? They work. Fair enough.
I went down to Norvis and thought, wait, why do we have no arcospheres?
They're fixed. That shouldn't have happened. I was trying to work out how it has happened now. I mean, I fixed it, but...
It's not a famous last words, but it is not far off.
Yeah. Oh, that will have explained why things broke when I left the thing running for 30 minutes. Because there would be a fair number on the belts, and therefore it's been going, that needs fixing. And yeah. Well.
It bothers me that the iron pipe is the opposite way around to the steel. Is rotated through 90 degrees to the steel pipe and the space pipe. Now I think it's actually the other way around. It's that the steel pipe and the space pipe are the wrong way around compared to the iron pipe. But also, yeah, the same's true with these undergrounds along here. The deep space undergrounds are the wrong way around compared to the all of the other belt types, and as are the splitters. Oh, this needs goo. I need to bring in biosludge to here. That's not going to happen. I don't think. That's a problem. Where's the nearest biosludge? It's going to be over in what's the name? Bioscience, isn't it? I don't really... Yeah. What's the way to... What's the best... What's the least horrible way to deal with it, and is it barrels?
Embrace the barrels.
Yeah, that's how I'm planning to get them over. Just picking them up and cuddling them as I carry them over.
Yeah.
I do have some more miscellaneous stuff to get rid of from my inventory first, though. Somewhere down here. There we go. That's getting rid of stuff I want to get rid of. Now all of this naquium can go up here. Actually, we can get rid of the ore. Can be put into the recycling stations, which are just up here somewhere. I'm glad I move around a little bit more quickly now. These Mark IV jetpacks are fantastic. Get rid of that and that. I can send sand down there as well, I think. If not, I'm sure I'll hear shouts of abuse from Tristan in the not too distant future.
Sand can go down the disposal thing.
That's what I thought. Good. No, that's not naquium. This is naquium. Have some of that. But you know what? Do that. And then... Yeah, these module 2s are supposed to be just being dumped down there as well. I'm not sure why they weren't being, because I thought I set up a... I'll probably set up a thing on the... no, fly please. There we go. I thought I set up a thing on one of these chests to request them, but it's obviously been unset because we finished dealing with them all. Let's do that. I think some wood down there as well. Probably not iron sticks so much. Right, nearly tidied that back up again. I seem to still have some time space anomaly data, and I think that's Deep Space Science 1 or 2. So come over here. I can probably get rid of it into maybe these machines, like that. There we go. Okay, just the mirrors and the iron sticks that I would quite like to get rid of. In the meantime, I will need to come back up into the bio area, which is not this one. It's over to the right from here, and get some bio. I hope it was bio sludge. I don't know yet. I'll find out. Oh, I've lost a couple of my bots. Never mind. They'll catch up. Right, over here. Yes, this one. So I want to put down... Where is it? There, space assembly. No, not build a space assembly machine. Place a space assembly machine. That'd be much easier. There and there. And I suppose I also need a blue. And then that and that and that. And then I just wait for stuff to arrive. And this will get me some bio sludge, so I'll pull it out of this pipe here. So I'm just going to barrel that up here, and take over a quantity of bio sludge barrels. No, fill bio sludge that one. And then I need you to make barrels, because of course there's never any barrels around because they get crushed as soon as we possibly can. We will crush them to get rid of them, so we don't have to faff around with barrels, because they're really hard to store. It's much easier just to make them when you need them.
Where do you want the Vacuum Tesseracts delivered?
A station, probably.
You're going to want them in there.
There, so on the opposite side of the belt from
the catalogues, yeah.
Ooh, lag.
Again, solar expansion.
Are we needing that much? Have we expanded that much? I don't think... Oh, I've done a bit.
I think Mark's just going a bit crazy.
Nah.
He's playing with us, of course he's going crazy. I mean, yes. It's half of the course.
How much power have we got these days?
Are you thinking this is going to sort itself out, by the way?
We're currently using about half the power we have.
It's 50-50 either whether it won't.
Fair enough.
It's a bit spaghetti, to be honest, at this point.
A little bit.
I might go in and tear half of the piping out and repipe it to be neat.
Yeah, it's a bot explosion.
It is a bit ugly, not gonna lie. Wait, have I put that on the right side?
I have lost track of what I was doing.
I have.
Oh yes, biosludge.
Tesseracts.
I assume we will want the Tesseracts on the train system as well.
I imagine so, yes.
We're going to produce those very slowly.
They probably only stack to 1.
Yeah, they
Very
won't stack very
slowly
high.
at stacks of 1. Right.
Yeah, they're going to be quite expensive things, but there are going to be quite lots of things that use them. We'll also need more.
Actually, to be fair, Nacrian processors are going to be the main thing that uses them. There's a few buildings otherwise, but matter stabilizers, which we don't care about, are the main other consumable that uses them.
Anyways, producing the first Tesseract. The finest 4-dimensional object ever found in 3-dimensional space.
Dun dun dun. Grunge, 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 grunge.
Also, this may take a few moments.
It's half done. So it's only a 20-second crafting time, so it's not too bad. And it could be sped up with speed modules. But,
It could. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't entirely see the point in speeding this lot with speed modules.
you get the because you get the arcospheres back sooner.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. There we go.
Hooray!
Oh, look at
Tesseract.
that exciting. Woo.
It looks a lot like a
Put
cube
the-
to me, to be honest.
And
But that's
did
probably
it-
because I can't see in 4 dimensions.
You'll probably want to put the processor machine there.
that does
Possibly
seem
research that.
reasonable. Yes.
Direct insert.
Yeah.
Look at the bot ridiculousness. Oh, and it's sending out a so we are being rather inefficient here because we've got logistics bots taking all of the all the scaffolding to Mark's ship, and then we've got construction bots taking it from Mark's ship to where it's wanted.
Yeah,
Mark
feel
is-
free to change my chest to requested chest.
I might just launch your ship.
That'll steal a load of bots.
Yeah, is that better or worse than what he's doing at the moment?
Just change them to blue chests.
Fine. Oops, not that one. That one should be stay as purple. I don't know where it's taking from, but it's taking from this inserter to put into a purple chest, but now's not the reason why. It does mean we've got a dual colour bot frenzy, I suppose. We've got white ones and yellow ones for hurtling across the hurtling across space. Right, can I have a life support tier mumble yet? No, because it needs some vitalic reagents as well. Fine. Oh, there's some here. No, it's not. That's lube. I can't tell the difference, it turns out. Which could have been very awkward.
Never confuse your lube with something else. It ends badly. Don't ask how I know this.
I don't want to. There we go. All back to normal. So where's the reagent? I just thought it'd come out in one of these stations up here somewhere, but I don't see it. I want to just steal some off the belts, but... Oh, there. Yeah, it's on this one. That seemed easier than running along trying to grab, because I've picked up lots and lots of other Vita stuff as well. Right. Okay, the life support production thing does require a little bit of running along and doing things manually, I'm afraid. I hope I grabbed enough. I didn't actually count. But there will be 3 of them, and I don't think anyone's going to want more than 1, really. Oh yeah, repair packs is a good idea. Let's ask for repair packs. Repair packs are one of those things that I should just have. So let's have the bots bring them over. There we go. I can put that in my super suit as well. That goes.
I'm debating adding a control panel to the arcosphere area, which is basically a series of constant combinators, each with a signal such as DSS3. And you flick that constant combinator on, and then that bit of it turns on. Does this seem sensible, or is this just going to confuse everyone?
I think we should get to a point where we can produce everything in sufficient quantity. In the short term, maybe. In the long term, we want to be in a position where we can produce enough of everything that everything is always full.
Fair.
What might be worth doing is having it detect if any of the arcospheres are below a certain threshold, and if so, not output any on the left-hand belt. Because that would stop you from
That's true.
running out and getting them. It wouldn't exactly stop the mixed stuff because it could be partway through.
But it would help.
Well, you could, if you put the logic in the right places, you could have it stop counting and also stop where it got to in the loop. It would still mess it up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm working on the premise that when I bring back another 50 arcospheres, it should
just
normally just It's only because we've got such a small number.
Yeah.
Next time over, like that bit of the belt where it's got a bit confused, I'm just gonna fix that. Purge the belt. Go around all the machines and lift all the arcospheres out and put them back in the warehouse in the middle, and so on. Just generally
baby it a little bit while it's getting set up.
Well, spring clean it. I mean, it was designed to run with 100. Really, 120 was more sensible.
There's no point not starting it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kicking it off and just acknowledge that it's going to break. But then half of that is then an interesting test to see how much, or basically how hard it is to reset. Yeah,
and that.
Is it salvageable?
Yeah.
Or to what extent is it salvageable? And honestly, the idea that you just have to pull the arcospheres out of the machines and put them back in the chest is kind of...
It's not too bad,
You seem to be sometimes missing one type of arcosphere. Which isn't bad for having... It's half the machines have stolen one or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are exactly right. I can't say so I'm going to I'm going to put in limits on the life support production because I do need that. I'm not going to bother dealing with the barrels down here, mostly because I can't be bothered. I don't think it actually matters that much. They basically, because you have to hand feed the barrels here, you can also hand take them out. Hand take out the ones the previous person left in there as well.
Mark.
Yes.
Just for confirmation, sulfuric acid, liquid rocket fuel, lube, plastic are all things that are made on demand, aren't they? So we don't have any storage of them. So I might as well remove them from the graph. Oh, plastic isn't, because we've got the... the higher priority to take from is stock builds up.
Yeah.
But the other place is presumably on demand.
Yes. So plastic, sulphur.
I don't measure sulphur. Because sulfuric acid is the more important part there.
I have storage for that.
Okay, that's not connected in.
400,000.
There's...
You connected stuff here? There is a cable missing. You didn't?
No, don't think so.
Right, there we go.
Not in Smoil.
Oh, actually, there's some stuff I should grab.
I mean, I didn't put a green cable here. I'm pretty sure. Or did I? Oh no, I did. Yeah. I prepared it for connection here.
Right, what do I want to do?
And we've got lube, we've got sulfuric acid. We don't have liquid rocket fuel, and we don't have plastic.
True. I forgot to make liquid rocket fuel here, but we're basically not using it anymore.
It's just for the personal ships taking off if they land on the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So plastic is on demand, so I will remove the alert from that one. I will leave it on the graph.
You could leave an inverse alert basically if the storage signal is about one warehouse, or basically if this one gets too full.
Yep.
Right, I think I've got everything I need to go back out to Stardust now. So I've got a few things on the list to do. Like I need to build up more trains, but I've got about a bajillion, enough to make a bajillion trains. Well, I've got enough to make several trains. And then there's a load of train bits in here. Yeah, there's enough to make plenty more trains there. I've got a load of rail here that's going to allow me to get out to the iron mine. Then I've got a load of drills here so I can build up that second iron mine. I've got loads of power things. I've got Do I have belts? The belts I'm going to need. I've got some belts. Yeah, that should be enough for a mine. Looks pretty good. I think I'm just going to go out there and sort and get this one and get this done. Yeah, sorry, I'll get rid of the to-do list again. I was sort of referring to it as well, but yeah, I'll hide it again there you go. Stardust, asteroid field, go. In fact, let's have while I'm on my way out there, we'll take a look at Stardust as well, because I do want to see how things are getting on out there. The trains have all stopped again. Well, sulphur, yeah, because sulphur has just arrived. Does that mean yes, we have run out of sulphuric acid again. But most of these trains are they're at 26,000. I think I think it takes about 4,000 acid to make a train's worth of naquitite. And I suspect how full are these warehouses? Pretty full. Yeah, I suspect this all filled up, and now we've got the oh, actually, why isn't this running? Oh no, we've run out of iron. So it's probably a good thing I've come off to go and get more iron ore, because this mine is not producing it fast enough. So there's still 178,000 here, but because I came along and filled it up with productivity modules, it's not producing fast enough. So how full are you? You're mostly full. Let's send you off now, and I think I'll just get rid of this station. There's not really any point in having it. And then I'll run over to... There was another huge iron, that's water ice. There's an iron... Yes, here we go. There's almost 5 million iron down here. So if I just extend this rail from here down to here, then we can get all the iron we could possibly want out of this. It's a big patch as well, so I can put in a lot of drills and it'll come out very, very quickly. Plug in a station like that one, and then that should no longer be a problem. But yeah, as you can see, we're getting through the iron pretty quickly to make the sulphuric acid. So we need to try and find a way to speed that up a bit. But that was on the list on the list of things to do. So yeah, we go. There's trains are now able to start leaving again, and that means the ship has gone. We have we've not filled this one up again yet. But actually, this is already almost 2/3 full, so that's going pretty well. I don't need speed modules, Doopy. There's no point. It's going to be an easily big enough patch that's going to produce the iron fast enough. This patch down here that has 6 drills on it, and all of which are running at 1/5 of their normal speed, is capable of producing enough iron. It's capable of almost producing enough iron. It's not quite, but it was relatively close. If I go over to the other patch, is so much bigger that I could fit on quite a lot more drills anyway. And so I think I don't think I need to worry too much about the exact about putting speed modules in to make this go faster. I could still put the productivity modules in actually. Let's see how many drills I can fit around it. Here they are. Part of the problem is that I'm right on the edge of the rock, but so I won't know exactly how many I can fit in until I get out there with the whatchamacallit. But so we can have a play. That's a good question. I'll have a look at the mining productivity bonus in a second. It's fairly high, I believe. Try it again, but with less fail. Let's have a look then. Bonuses. Mining productivity 110%. So we get out twice as much as we expected. So we're going to get 10 million out of this patch, which that feels like quite a lot to me. And then we need belts going through all of these. I'll put in a bit of scaffolding around the top just to get in those few extra mining drills that it would be nice to have. I'll also need power for all of this down here. So whack in a pylon substation. Put it here. It'll cover everything. That's pretty good. And then we can link that over to the, and then put the rails in as well. Yeah, that's going to come together quite easily, I think. There's also another iron patch up here, but I'm just going to ignore it for the time being. Yeah. Oh, hey, Sphere, and woo! Thanks for the 16 months. Nice. 16 months. That's good. Yeah, it's quite nice that I'm getting to the point now that I've been doing this whole streaming malarkey thing for long enough that and people have been fans for long enough as well, which is even nicer. That we're starting to see some really quite big numbers now as people come as the resubs come in. So yeah, 15, 16 months is fantastic. Thank you. Right, so we have. Okay, there's about 10,000 sulphur here, so that's going to keep things going for a little while. The next ship is that's on its way. No, is on its way, and that's just part of the T-Magus asteroid field thing. So there's that one on its way out. Where's mine? Oh, there's the deep space exploration. So I'm on. Yeah, I've escaped the Kaleida sphere of influence, but there's still quite a long way to go. Order of the asteroid is that far away. It'll be there sooner or later, and by the time it arrives, there's going to easily be an entire spaceship's worth of Necrotite to pick up. So it is producing it at this stage. It does seem to be producing it fast enough. Rocket reusability research is now at 83% after I think last time I looked at it was at 73%, and in hindsight, I think the previous time it was 63%. I just obviously always look over when it's ending in a 3. So, and I couldn't remember exactly what it was on the previous time apparently. So, yeah. But yes, if I can get some more trains in. So the trains are, as you can see, working quite busily. But I bet this one up here is still going to be absolutely... Yeah, this one up here hasn't seen a train for a very, very long time. It's completely full and has been for ages. What about this one? Yep, this one's also completely full. This one's running. This one's not. So is this close? Yeah, I could... yeah, I could believe that this one is slightly closer than this one. Not a great deal, but yeah, I could believe it's slightly... So presumably this one will be... No, this one's full as well. That's surprising. This one's not. It's still flowing there. This one's flowing. This one's running. Yep, this one's running. That's actually actively filling a train up. And so is this one down here. So, yeah, I need probably at least 3 more trains. But what I plan to do is go out to each of these. Once I've got enough trains, I'll come out to all of these, and I'll, instead of reading setting the train limit based on reading the warehouse quantity, I'm just going to have the train limit always set to 1, so that trains will always in theory always go out to all of the stations. I might even put a stacker in for an excess. I'm not sure. I haven't decided about that yet. But I would like to have a train. Basically, I'd like there to be trains go either coming. I'd like there to be a train involved for every single station. What I could do is I could go around and rename them all. So this would be Necrotite pickup 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. all the way around, and then have a specific train tied to each station. That could be quite good because that would stop any sort of funny business going on with trains always filling up nearer stations. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, there are some. You're right. There are some trains heading up there. So one has now gone to this station. The other problem, in inverted commas, is that these trains are so big that they're only slightly smaller than a warehouse. So if it doesn't take very long for it to get from has enough Necrotite for a train to come to has a full warehouse. I don't think that's a problem. If I did, I could put in a second warehouse here and have one warehouse feed the back 4 wagons and the other feed the front 4. But I don't think it's really a problem, especially if a train can be on its way out when a warehouse isn't already full. So, but it does mean that quite a lot of time we are wasting at least some of the digging potential we could have. Spidertron is stuck to Mark. Oh dear.
Stupid Spidertrons.
I've just looked at the DSS4 stuff, and oh my goodness, those data cards look irritating. Given that the DSS4 data cards seem to take DSS3 data cards as inputs in various places.
Oh.
Right.
Yeah.
I hadn't worked out whether it was DSS3 or DSS2 that they took.
So yeah, DSS4 for catalogs. The teleportation data takes singularity and time space data. That's 2 of the cards from the previous. Oh wait, no, hang on. What's that? Oh,
Is it coming over the hill?
wait,
Oh yeah, singularity and time
what?
space. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Those are definitely DSS 2, I think. Well, they're definitely DSS 1 or 2. I'm pretty sure they're 2.
Ugh. So yeah, that's just irritating. So this is going to be a mess.
That's why we normally do all of the deep space sciences in the same... Why it's traditional to do all of one type of science in the same place, I guess.
Yeah, I can't remember why we didn't. Probably because...
Yeah, I was trying to remember, actually, for a recent video, what your logic was for putting the arcosphere processing over by science instead of down by... instead of down in the deep space science area.
Yeah.
There was a reason, but I can't remember what it was.
There's a logical reason, but yeah. I think what uses arcospheres.
Yeah, I think it was as simple as that, which is you don't want to be training Tesseract around or something like that?
No, but Arcus... Oh. Yeah, I guess you'd be training the Tesseracts. I don't know. I'm sure we had a good reason at the time, but I have no idea what it was now.
I'm not 100% convinced anymore. There was a reason, I'm just not 100% convinced that it...
Well, time to move it down there again then, I guess. So now I've got room to speak. Regular, yes. So we've got. I've got the thermodynamics facility here is running with the tier 3 modules. Yes, but it's also underneath this this wide area beacon that's also full of tier 3 modules. So it's running a bit faster than you'd expect. I'm not sure if that's. I'm not sure if that covers what your brings it up to being fast enough or not. I guess we'll see. Yes, we are transporting the Naquium cubes around by train. You're quite right. The Naquium cubes are a lot cheaper than the Naquium tesseracts, though. So if you're going to have a buffer of one or the other of them somewhere, then you probably want it to be the cubes because, as I say, they are cheaper. They just take Naquium. They don't require shenaniganery with arcospheres. This is now going to run out very, very quickly.
The fact that they use arcospheres doesn't actually make them expensive. It just makes them a faff.
Yes. It means you're probably it means you don't want to have large quantities of them sitting in storage facilities because you probably won't have those large quantities available.
Oh, nearly died there.
Okay, thank you, regular. I'm glad to hear it. I am kind of tempted to make this train a bit longer. That said, it's a space train, so it's pretty quick. It can rattle back. I don't know whether it's a logistics problem. We'll find out. Oh, so it's really, really close to one machine. Okay, well that's good news then. So just okay with that one. I guess if we end up needing more, then I'll extend the train. I'll move all of this down a bit, and I'll have one of these thermo facilities running off each of the trains that will then come up this way. Yes, we do. As Sophia and Johan are talking about, we have a fantasy Formula 1 league running on the Discord server. So if you'd like to join in, then come along and you'll be always welcome. That's why we have a ship wandering around called the Caladrian, because of it was named after the winner of the last session. And you have until March the 1st, I think, before the season starts. What am I watching for? Oh, so I'm mostly watching for my ship, which is still 3.5 minutes away, because I can't really do anything else with the with Stardust until I get there, because everything requires stuff to be fiddled with, and therefore that requires me to be there because we don't have robo coverage, especially not off the mines. Right. But still, things over there do seem to be basically working, so that's nice. 84%. I don't know if that's going to finish by the end of the stream. It'd be a bit disappointing if we have another stream where we haven't managed to complete any researches. Although at least this time it'll be for a different reason. It'll be because the research was running all stream and just took so long, not because we ran out of science packs, which is the problem last time. Let's go and have a look over here at the at what's going on with Tesseract. Okay, so Tesseract's been passed down. Yeah. Oh yeah, we have. Oh, one has made it down here. I know it's because we've run out of arcospheres. They've all got chewed up by the stirrer machines, and so it's been turned off again. But still, it is amusing. Well, no, we've got one trapped in the splitter up here, and we've got one that's made it all the way down to the machines that's eventually going to use it over here. Also, there's pollution down here.
You can't run over core seams.
Sorry?
You can't run over core seams.
Oh, okay. We could add another couple of labs. It would require us to actually make them, of course, and then make sure we had enough modules to put in them. Not that's particularly difficult. But we're not limited. Well, we weren't limited by last time I looked, but we are only just producing the Astroscience 1s at the speed we need them for this. I guess that means we could come down here. They've already been speed moduled up to a tier 3 and a beacon. So, yeah, in theory we could. I would worry a little bit about how fast we're making the catalogues, although so far it hasn't broken. We'd need to speed this step up, basically, is what I'm saying. If we wanted to have the if we wanted to increase the number of labs at the moment, we're limited by the rate we're producing those science packs at.
Mark.
Yes.
Put a Spidertron.
Oh no!
You can't just say that. You need to tag it as well, so we can all go, "Oh no!" together.
Well, that's stupid.
Boom. Does that count as a death?
Okay. Yeah, I never liked them.
Oh, incoming Mark. That is Mark is incoming, not warning Mark that there is stuff attacking him, because I think he knows that.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is kind of why I've never really bothered with Spidertrons. I mean, in space exploration, there's a lot more point because you can leave them on other planets, especially when there isn't 4 of you playing it. But in vanilla and vanilla adjacent, there just doesn't seem to be much point to the Spidertrons because you can just zip through yourself and be absolutely lethal like that. Yeah.
I wanted to give it a try because chat suggested it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I think there's definitely there's one over to your east if you're whatever. It's sort of it's interesting to try everything or to try out all the things, especially in a playthrough like this where we're trying for sort of a pretty good level of completion. So it's nice to have made them and had a bit of a play with them, but you sometimes realise that some of these things there's not really much point in them, should we say. Oh, I agree. Yeah, Sophia. Yes, playing games should definitely be for fun. There's no point in playing a game if it's stressful. I was going to say if it's stressful and annoying, but no, Factorio can be stressful sometimes. But but only in an enjoyable way. So I think it's sort of that doesn't count. It's why I don't tend to go. It's why I've never tried to do a spoon run, for example. Well, you say that regular. Spidertron can zip through the biters. Where is it?
That one couldn't.
That one, this one, wherever it is. Oh yeah, that's how far Mark got through them. This one would seem to disagree with that theory. Yes, I am looking forward to being able to leave clones on other planets in 0.7. I think that's the thing that's been talked about quite a lot. So I would definitely like to see it. It's also I've done many of the achievements. I haven't done Lazy Bastard because I can't be bothered, basically. I haven't done Spoon or Fish because, again, I can't be bothered. I'd rather just sort of I'd rather carry on just chip away at a much bigger thing and carry on playing through it rather than go right. I'm going to try and just play really quickly. I would like to think that I could do it.
Isn't Fish just launcher Fish?
Oh, maybe it is. What are the 2 speed ones? The Spoon and...
There is a 16-hour as well. I can't remember what it's called.
No, okay, maybe... I thought Spoon was the longer of the 2, but yeah, okay. The 2 time-based ones I've not done. I think actually the only time-based one I have done is Getting on Track Like a Pro, which is just build a train, and that's pretty easy. So I've done... I haven't... But I didn't go in deliberately with the intention of doing it. I just sort of managed... Actually, no, that's not quite true. I think I noticed that I'd researched trains and could build one, so I dropped one in on a piece of track right in front of where I wanted it to go. Sorry, I dropped one in on a piece of track without having it going anywhere. It was just there. And then I thought, right, there we go, that's the achievement. That'll do. I forgot to mute Discord, I can tell, because it's pinging in my ears. Grr.
It's Sophia's fault.
Yeah, I assumed that was the cause of it. I think it was a little... Oh yes, there it is. Over there, I see it. I haven't brought all the stuff I need to actually build this mine. I forgot to grab the mining drills out of the Ujimwhat's but never mind. I can fly quickly enough now with this upgraded... I've gone a bit too far. With the upgraded jetpacks that it doesn't really matter. It's only going to take me a few seconds to fly. Oh, run out of rails as well. It's only going to take me a few seconds to fly back. Yeah, so they can support and defend each other, or possibly accidentally blow each other up with friendly fire. I would imagine. The Spidertrons specifically, that is. I remember the hardest part of using the what do you call it guns, the plasma turrets in Angel Bobs was stopping the damn things blowing each other up. Yes, Sophia, I assumed it was your fault that suddenly Discord has started pinging because you were talking about the Fantasy F1 thing, and so people going and joining and leaving messages and stuff. So yeah.
Oh no, Sophia posted something in the F1.
Oh, okay.
I didn't read what it was, but his name popped up in the corner of my screen.
There was more than one ping, so I don't think it was just him. No, it's all right. Don't worry about it. It's my fault for not muting muting Discord when I started gaming. I keep forgetting because it doesn't go because I don't have OBS running on the same machine as I'm playing Factorio on. It doesn't automatically go into streamer mode and therefore mute itself. So, oops. Oh, not there. Lines up nicely. There we go. Okay, so down here we need to put in a station. And we shall do it like... well, I need to put down some scaffolding for the station first. Oh, I've not brought enough scaffolding over. I hope I brought enough, just, in general and in total. If not, I'm going to have to go around and start stealing it from some of the other mines and building areas and then sort of grumbling about it and damning my lack of forward planning, essentially. So, over here we need to have a piece of this so the belt can come in. I think it was about there. And I will put in a loader. That I do have plenty of. That way around. So that's that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Warehouse goes there, and then I basically run out of scaffolding. So
I'm impressed at how much solid rocket fuel the jetpacks get through.
Oh, that's a thought. How much have I got? Oh, I've got quite a lot.
I've got through 50 during this combat.
Yeah, I suppose that's the down. I imagine. I want to believe that the higher tier ones are less efficient as a sort of as a downside of them. I have no idea if that's true, but I kind of want to. I want it to be. So even if you're just floating there in the air, they're burning through more, like a larger engine in a car would be. Would be typically less efficient for doing 10 miles an hour or whatever than a smaller engine. Let's take some more belts just in case. Complete space exploration in less than 20 hours. Jeez, that sounds crazy. Given that we've been going for 230 hours between 4 of us, and we're still 3/4 of the way through or whatever we are. I can't even imagine that. I suppose, yeah, if you wanted that, you'd be one of the sort of players who has blueprints of absolutely everything. So you've got the entire game planned out in advance, and you're just going to then maybe it'd be possible, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure even then if it'd be how reasonable it would be. Yeah, travelling long distances by train is generally good advice in Factorio.
Yeah, that's what I did to get out here.
I think there's an implied when I go out to start redoing some of the Naquim mines, I should go by train as well. That may be the implication. That actually, no, that needs to be one higher up. Let's just put another bit across the top like that.
I'm amused that Mark and I are currently doing the exact same thing. Standing around waiting for our batteries to recharge.
That sort of thing, yeah. I will admit I've occasionally done little bits of that, but not recently. Ooh.
Just zoomed out to map view and saw him just standing there as well.
Standing there, trying to look nonchalant. How many power do thingies have you got now?
I haven't added any more because I'd lose guns if I did.
Oh, I see. Okay, always got to have more guns, more DACA. And then belt there. Boom, iron mine. Apart from power. Actually, the station isn't going to need power. I'm going to give it power anyway because it seems wrong not to. It's almost kind of a shame it's not like in Satisfactory where connecting a power up to connecting where the railway lines carry power around for you as well, so you can just plug into a station to get power to or from an area. I've never played Tarkov, but then I've not played any first-person shooters really for a very long time, so I think I'd be very rusty and would be extremely bad at it. It's possible that wouldn't matter too much, but it might matter to me. Oh, I didn't quite... Fine, I'll put an extra one in there. Right. Let's not float around in the air, let's touch down. So, I need to take that one and let's rename this one down here. It's the same thing. That isn't going to work, is it? No. Rename you to iron ore pickup. It's probably going to be half. Wow, yeah, we just have a solid belt going through there. So this mine is capable of producing a solid belt, which is far more than we're capable of burning through. We might as well leave this one running, I guess. I will deactivate. What is it? You can't actually. And I can activate, deactivate it. That'll work. So if I run that to there like that, and then I say I want you to be active when enable condition when iron ore is greater than. How much does the train take? Because it's 50 per stack, isn't it, for iron ore? And it's 50 stacks in a train, so 2,500. Yeah. At the moment we're at 1,500. Okay, so we'll send you off to drop. And then you won't go here because you're going to be deactivated. It'll go down to here, but it will still go to this one if and when it actually manages to fill up a bit. I was going to say it's blasting through as fast as it's going out, leaving this chest as fast as going in, but no, that's just because we're filling up this buffer here. So now it's running nicely. Okay, so we can unload that reasonably quickly. I feel like maybe I should upgrade this to a slightly larger chest, mostly so that I can unload it a bit quicker, but there isn't room to do that. I haven't left enough space. Well, unless I shunted this across a little bit, which I could do. Could nudge that across. Do I have any 2x2s? Yes. Alright, let's go and do that, so we can unload the train a bit quicker, so it can go off and start getting more a bit quicker. And I guess, given that logic, I should then have it able to fill up a bit quicker as well. So here, I will move you, boink, like that. I'll pull up that, and then I'll put in a 2x there, and then I can do this again here. That won't work. It needs to be one square down from that. Boink. I do I do really like the Picadollies mod. It's one of those that I keep forgetting I have installed, but on the rare occasions I actually remember, it's really, really useful. Also, you can have all of that because I don't want any of it. So that train has presumably now gone down. Yes, it's gone down to the far station, where it can then load up very, very well, reasonably quickly. I want to copy that and have the train, so I can have the train. I mean, I might as well make the train load quickly, since we do seem to be getting through quite a bit of iron ore. Might as well make the most of it, because there's no reason not to. It is, yes, it's the one that lets. It's most buildings. There are some things you can't move. So loaders, for example, it won't let you move. Roboports will let you move. Pipes probably not. Belts probably not. That I could move, except it won't fit where I'm trying to move it to. Oh, high temperature turbine generator doesn't support moving. I'm mildly surprised. What about low temperature turbine generator? No. Is it? That's fine. Yeah. So some things you can move, some things you can't. But for little tweaks here and there, it can be incredibly useful.
Big thing is full warehouses.
Yes, definitely. Apparently, I've got my loader the wrong way around at this other station. You're probably right. I have trouble with loaders because they never go in the right way around, and you have to notice and then switch them over. And also, I want to put in some more loaders over here anyway. So let's come up to here, and where I can just about see what I'm doing. Flick that round. Yeah, you're quite right. I did get that the wrong way around. And then a bit more there, a bit more there. You know, if I copy it, then if I copy it, then I can do that.
I'm stuck. Ah, that was close.
Yeah, that's what happened when I said I nearly died earlier. You just get mobbed by acid splash.
Yeah.
This makes it even harder to get in a train. I've missed the train. Never mind, I'll fly over myself. Right. Okay, so that's one of the things I wanted to do while I was out here. The next thing, I think, is put more trains on the system. And also... Yes, an anti-loader, yes. An unloader, you might say. Except it wasn't, because the two of them were pointing into each other, which is what tends to happen. Don't want another train, so I'll just put that there as a moment for to stop anything else pulling it in. I'll put that there. And then... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And one of them. Boink. And then copy that to there. Is it going to get any? Is it going to have enough acid? No. Send it off anyway. Go and find some naquitite, and then maybe when you come back round, there'll be enough acid for you to pick some up. I don't want to do too many of those because we can repair that train now. I almost don't want to because it's not because it's the train's fault that it was stupid, although partly that, but also because it's a little bit of history. But oh well, it's done now. So I've caused another acid shortage, but that is again we just don't have enough. Once again, we're short of sulphur. How are we still short of sulphur? I mean, okay, granted, I just put 20,000 acid into that one wagon, but still. Grump. I suppose quite a lot of it has probably gone up to this tank up here. Yeah, there's 133,000 in here. This one gets priority because there's a pump in there somewhere, just to encourage it to actually make it all the way up to this station. So we will always have a nice healthy stream of naquitite coming through, except we won't because the belt's full. So apparently, as of right now, we have enough. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if there weren't any ships. Yeah, we've got Order of the Asteroid on its way out. Stardust on its way back. Sorry, back. Stardust on its way back. I think there aren't any ships heading out towards Stardust at the moment. Yeah, because here's another one here. Because we've got enough. We've got so much naquium that we're just not getting through the naquitite. So until this rocket reusability research finishes, we can't really do anything else with the system, which is a little bit awkward. However, I am going to. What I might do is start renaming stations. So let's start.
Tristan, any suggestions where to put the new iron smeltery?
One.
Not really. So it's going to be supplied mostly. Oh, it's going to be supplied by down here, and by the cores.
Yeah.
So potentially somewhere like over here.
Okay.
That will want a
Yeah.
route added from the core area, but that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, can do.
Move across there or something.
All right, so this will allow me to have a separate train. Actually, I don't know why I'm setting train limits on these, come to think of it. But this will allow me to have a separate train for each mine. Okay, Johan, well, thanks for joining, and we'll catch you next week. Or, no, catch you on Wednesday for the Satisfactory stream. 6 and 1. I'm actually not quite sure why I'm setting train limits on these, because it doesn't matter. Because there's going to be one train, exactly one train for every single mine. But I've sort of started, so I want to keep them all the same. Was that 8? Or no? Is this one 8? I think this one's 8. Yes. Yep. So catch you on Wednesday for the Satisfactory stream, and I hope that goes to the rest of you as well, because it's a good stream. I play around with trains in that one as well now. No, was that 9? Let's turn this on while I'm doing this. 9, yes it was. So this one's here is 10. And then this one is 11. Okay, so I've got up to 11 Aquatype pickup stations now. That's quite a lot. Train limit 1. Right, now, and I've only got 8 trains, so I need to go through and set all the trains up appropriately now. So we'll go trains. Can I edit? I can't edit this, can I? No. I need to add in another station and say Aquatype pickup 1. Cargo. Oh, I need to set all this up manually. Item count. Aquatype is equal to 4,000. Hey, Ray, welcome. Welcome to the stream. It's your first time here, apparently. So yeah, definitely welcome. Are you another space exploration player? Is this all sort of very familiar to you, or are you going to be going, what on earth have you done to that Factorio game that you're playing? Why is everything so dark and spacey? No, that's stations. Get it right, Laurence. I have to pick up. Yes. So you add station, pick up 2 until item count cargo Aquatype equals 4,000. I wish I could just say change the station name up here and say I want this exactly the same setup but for a different station. But as I say, I'm not aware of a way to do that. 1, 2.
Wait for the update.
Yeah, probably. Item count equals Aquatype 4,000. Oh, first rocket. That is, or first space exploration rocket. That is an exciting time because that's about when you get your when you start to get the navigation satellite and you start to have and doing things and looking at things at a distance away and tweaking settings becomes a lot less frustrating. So yeah, that's definitely an exciting point to get to. Congratulations. So far the speed record for space exploration is getting to utility science in just under 7 hours. Okay. I've lost track of where I got to. Was it 4? I can't remember. Trains. 1, 2, it was 4. Excellent. I'll do this one can be number 4 and then we'll come back to sort something out. Item count. Aquatype. That's not Aquatype. Aquatype equals 4,000. That's number 4. This is the one I did weirdly. This one should be number 5. That station 5. Circuit condition. No, not circuit condition. Item count. Necrotite equals 4K. Oh, you can move pipes, can you? Okay, that's worth knowing. I shall try that at some point, probably. Oh, I should try to remember that for when I actually need it, which is an entirely different thing. That was number 5. Trains. Here we go. 6. Item. Necrotite. Yeah, a speedrun of space exploration at all would be bananas. I mean, the problem is, there's finishing something reasonably quickly is one thing, but trying to do an actual speedrun record, anything like that, is just going to be absolutely maddening, because any time you make any sort of mistake, you're going to think, well, I need to restart, or I need to go back to a save, or I don't know exactly what the rules are for these things. But yeah, there's so much. It's such a long thing. Even if it is only 20 hours, getting everything right for 20 hours is kind of ridiculous. I can't get everything right for 5 minutes, let alone 20 hours. Actually, let's leave you as number 11, and let's just make some more trains.
Ah, this is the last nest on this peninsula.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I've not left enough. Oh, I just brought a locomotive there. But you just go off to Necrotite, pick up 6, and sit there for a bit. Right, just get rid of you. This train's in the way. Now over here, loco.
Right.
8.
Other than
apparently.
worms and biters themselves, that's done.
Right, that's claiming 3. Where have I've lost track of where I've got to.
Yeah.
Trains 7. So, okay, so this is number 8. 8. Weight condition is item count. Necrotite equals.
Okay, I've put another 44 arcospheres into the system. They're being initialized. What's the word? Polarized right now.
Awesome.
I'm just fixing the whole
In the wall.
thing about fixing the whole ones that have been sort of captured and taken away elsewhere, of which there are quite a lot.
I think you're going to have to just accept that there's going to be some buffered in funny places like that.
Oh yeah. But I mean, putting 30 back for now when I've got a total of, let's see, it's 52 plus 44, 96. Grabbing 20 back,
What's happened here?
I think is important.
Yes.
So that puts the theme to actual balance.
Yeah, I was meaning more that you're going to have to you're going to have in the long run. You're going to need to make sure you have enough spheres that that you can have 30 hooked up and lost in the machines like that, and it'll still work.
Oh yeah.
9, isn't it? 9, yes.
It's just that it got low enough that basically it all went wrong, and the 8 folding recipes had all grabbed 2 each.
Right. Yeah. So I think this is why we're saying yes. You need to have the sort of the 150 arcospheres, which you know. I mean, I'm not telling you anything.
Oh yeah. Exactly. Yeah, it's a known thing, and yes, it needs to be done. It would be nicer if it you could just do it with 8 and call it good, but that's obviously not practical.
Yeah, you'd have to. And maybe in theory, if you're very, very careful, but it seems unlikely.
Yeah, I think that you would very quickly find that you'd do a single operation and then realise that you can't get that back into balance anymore.
Yeah. Oh yeah, almost certainly.
Yeah. And that would have to be perfect balance. You'd have to work out not just what move to do now, but every single move back until you got to stabilization, memorize that, follow that sequence, and so it'd be
ridiculous. It wouldn't be fun.
Well, not for most people. Most people includes me in that. Yeah. That'd be horrible. But upping the number of arcospheres, so 64, it's still processing. 68,
2,
that's
3,
good.
4,
So it's
5, 6,
that's
7, 8, 9, 10. No, it's the other way around. Oh, of course, it's the other way around. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's generically a good sign, though. What's the brain thinking? Does the brain think? Let's turn
Does the
luminous
brain
on.
think?
The brain thinks it's balanced.
Oh,
Near enough.
is it right?
Yes.
Awesome.
At 7%, yes. But I am going to up that to 8%.
Look at the number of stations we've got in orbit. It's ridiculous. Ugh. Right. Are you going to have a grand turning on of it again and see if more tesseracts come out?
Probably not right now because it is 3 minutes to 11 and it's bedtime.
Okay. All right. I suppose. Yeah, I can sort of understand you wanting to keep a little bit of an eye on it while it's doing its first runs.
Yeah, and this is now to within 8% balanced, within 9% balanced. In fact, let's give them the numbers. Let's
Got
just put that
7
back
and
to
12.
10%.
7 lambdas, 12 xis. What are those zetas?
So I've just turned the dial up to 10%. You can see that some have already gone out to be balanced. Yeah, so it should, in theory, it'll take a few iterations, and it's not entirely helping. There's still 16, so 20 total arcospheres still being polarized.
Still being put, yeah. They'll turn up sooner or later.
Oh yeah, but that's
Yes, exactly, Ray. That's what yeah, it's kind of ridiculous the number of stations we've got. I mean, I say ridiculous. It's just they're kind of mostly needed. Some of these could probably have been combined, but yeah, yes, we need to transport a lot of stuff around, and this is only our space station. Norvis. Actually, the space station is probably the densest place for stations. There's probably more on There might be more. I don't know if there's going to. I expect there to be more on Norvis in total.
542 on Norvis, apparently.
Okay.
I don't know
542
what-
stations. Really?
Yeah, 314 in Norbit.
Okay, so there's more down here, but they're less dense because Norvis is bigger. Yeah, actually, I could believe that. There's a huge clump of them over here with silly name. Oh, these are all got. Oh, yeah, there's a load of ones been dumped in here that aren't actually doing anything just because I copied and pasted up here because I was expecting there to be a lot more miscellaneous stuff being done down here from the intermediates, and then it turned out there wasn't. Over here,
There's 13 that are called route discouragement.
Okay.
Actively not used.
That's quite funny. And there's probably quite a lot. There's a lot called prio waiting for pickup as well. I can see them all across here. Oh, and there's a couple in here that have different names, like copper ingot buffer and steel ingot buffer and ironing. Yeah, so there's yeah, because we're not using LTN, we don't need depots, but we do have loads and loads of extra stuff that's just doing train shenaniganery and doing funny things like discouraging trains from going that way or setting up priority systems like this batch of nonsense over here. And yeah. Yeah, we have been. Bear in mind, we've been playing for getting not that far off 1,000 hours now. It's 231 hours, as it says up here at the top, in this game world. But there's 4 of us, so in a way, it's actually 920 hours. And yeah, well, and this is Norvis. This is our main planet, so there's a lot of stuff going on here. Then the second biggest place by a significant margin is going to be Norbit, which is this one, which is our big space station. I suspect Talos is the next biggest because it's doing Naquium and beryllium, but beryllium is the easiest of the four big exotics. So I don't know, but then they're all a little bit different. So this is the one I set up. I was trying to do a sort of an outposting system. So I had this little core base in the middle, and then little outposts like this that were doing the mining, and then. But the biters became problematic, so I've ended up plague rocketing them to kill them all off, which is why then the Naquium processing has been built outside over here.
there we go. That's balanced. I'm going to go to bed. What I could do is just leave the system running and see what happens.
Yeah. Can't hurt.
Yeah. 96 arcospheres, all in that central chest. Highest is 13, lowest is 11. So that has all balanced itself. So yeah, okay, let's hit go. There we are. It's starting.
So now we have a steady stream of
They are
different coloured
displayed.
arcospheres coming out.
They are displayed on the graph as well. Currently, they're dipping into the red. Oh, they're all in the green now.
Oh, so you're basing it on percentages rather? Oh, because of course we're not going to actually run out of arcospheres. So yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
yes, if it passes one out of each, then it should be roughly as well balanced as it was before. Now, not quite because of percentages and yada yada yada, but it's going to be pretty close.
I mean, it's still.
Doopy has some very good ideas.
Occasionally clips to 9 and 14, but 10 and 14 is 9 and 15 as the range. Yeah, so that's not totally unreasonable.
4 and 5, 3 and 5. Yeah, the numbers are fairly close.
It's getting more seriously out of whack in terms of percentages.
Yeah.
But then that's sort of expected because you're starting to use them. So that you expect them to get out of whack and therefore be brought back into whack, re-whacked, if you will.
What's interesting is that 50% of them are currently not detectable.
Because they're all in machines, presumably.
Yeah.
Yeah, because each machine is going. I mean, this one, the first machine, the one that's doing the one that's next to the number 5, has 6 inside it, presumably, because it's got the 2 that it's got 2 of each of the 2 inputs, and then the 2 that are being used for the current process.
Yeah, so that means
you
that
currently
you've
have
got-
60 arcospheres according to the system.
Yes.
It's bouncing around a bunch.
Yeah, it's between 55
hello,
and
Raiders.
60.
Welcome.
Whereas in reality, I actually have.
I'm going to jump in on top of you, Mike, because a raid has just arrived. So hello,
There is.
Mike.
Hey,
There's another Mike. Another Mike has come to raid us. So welcome to at least the third Mike we have around here. Thanks for joining. I'm going to guess you're probably another space exploration player because that seems like the most likely reason you'd be turning up here. So yes, welcome. Hello everybody. All you new people. I've got Major Mayhem and Hatsueno by night and Kalino. Yes, hello everybody. Great to have you around.
I personally am going to head to bed. Thanks for the game, guys.
Okay, well, we'll catch you.
Bye,
I suppose
Mike.
you can next see Mike next
Night,
week.
chat. Yep.
Night.
Yes, there can only be so many mics in one place.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
So
We've gained a third
I
Mike,
will
so one
hand
of them
on the
has to
baton.
leave. Yeah.
So good luck, Mike. Treat him well. He's nice, really. I promise.
No promises.
There he is.
Oh, I see. Right, so he's not a he's not a space exploration player. So we're actually playing space exploration and Krastorio², which is where you look at space exploration and you go, actually, you know what? It's not quite complicated enough. It'd be nice if you needed to do a little bit more stuff. If there are a few extra science packs, if there are a few extra materials, a few extra resources you needed to dig up, that makes space exploration that little bit more interesting. And so, yeah, so with Krastorio², you get things like the rainbow science packs that come out of, or the rainbow material catalogues that come out over here, for example. Yes, bioscience always ends up being a bit of a tangle of pipes, should we say, because there's so many different fluids you need for it, and there's so much. Yes, we've indeed dropped a mic. Very good.
We don't have space elevator cables in the spaceport.
Ooh.
That seems like
Do we
a
need
problem.
them? Oh, it's spaceport.
Yeah, they
It's
need to be taken.
our spaceport,
That's
yeah.
interesting.
So the ships aren't leaving because it's missing.
That's a thing I'm going to very briefly panic about before I go back to talking to everyone about what we're actually doing over here. So space elevator cable should be being made down here in large quantities.
Trains are not going up. Oh, there's just a temporary blockage.
There is no shortage of space elevator cable over here in the place where it's being made. Does that mean it's not being brought up in the train system properly? I can't remember how this works. Oh, here we go. Here's a train that's dropping it off.
Yeah, that.
It's not coming out of this
train
warehouse.
No. No idea how this works.
So that looks like. Well, there's a red cable that goes to there that's been disconnected, or that isn't connected to anything. So it looks like it should probably be connected to there, but I haven't worked
That
it
runs
through
if less
yet.
than 100.
Yes.
That runs if less than 0.
Someone
Someone
just
slipped the
should look
cable.
at the manual and the
Oh,
documentation.
it can't reach.
How has that suddenly failed, given that it's been running for I don't know how long? Must have accidentally knocked out a pylon or something. I don't know. Okay, Ray. Well, thanks for being around, and we'll catch you next. Well, catch you on Wednesday for the Satisfactory stream. I hope. So see you then. Right, where was I before I distracted myself? I think we're I was going to say yes. So the nice thing about space exploration has a sort of quite nice way of approaching, I guess, everything. And that you do the sort of the Norvian sciences on the ground, then you come up into space. It gives you some initial space-based sciences where you have to just in the same way that Factorio gets you started on making you produce things you're going to need. Up here, it makes you produce space belts and rocket fuel to make sure you've got enough of those sort of things. Then you have other ones which to force you to go off and go and get vulcanite and cryonite, which are the sort of the first of the exotic new materials, hot rocks and cold rocks essentially. Then you get onto there's 4 big sort of pushes in science. You've got material, which involves making lots and lots of material testing packs out of various things, and then torturing them in various ways to see what data you get out of that. So freezing them and cooking them and stretching them and squeezing them and so on. And there's astroscience, where you put down loads and loads of telescopes and look at the sky and then analyse the data from that. There's biological science, where you have lots of squishy stuff and lots of liquids that you need to get around all over the place. And this one's interesting because the biological science in particular has lots and lots of loopbacks. So you'll eventually end up squishing whatever biosample you make and then turning it back into bio goop that you can then feed back down the pipes and back in to make into more nutrient gels and stuff like that. So there's a lot of sort of circulating things around. And then finally, there's energy science, which requires you to bring in lots of, requires lots and lots of energy and doing things like nuclear research and waves and other kinds of. It's all putting stuff into machines, but they all do have definitely have different flavors to the researches. Then you get onto deep space science, which is just various ways of torturing yourself with the final very very hard to get material of naquium, and also the arcospheres, which is what Mike has been playing with over here, and is why we have this monstrosity that is supposed to try and keep them all in balance. Oh, and then Krastorio² adds in matter processing as well, and matter science, which is another extra thing that you need to play around with. So yeah, you get lots of exciting new stuff in the game, and I'd say it's very interesting. But one of the nicest and probably the parts of it that people most focus on is the fact that you get to make spaceships, and these things. I wonder if are any of my spaceships currently in flight? Yes, they are. Here's the Taras ship. So you can make spaceships which will fly between planets, transporting large quantities of stuff. So this one is full of this one is our immersite spaceship, so it's bringing over loads of immersium plate and immersite crystals. But then also it's bringing back all the byproducts that come from the mining of that as well. So processing the immersite produces loads and loads of sulphur, which is quite handy because we need enormous amounts of sulphur for other things. But because we're mining it out of core mines, which is another space exploration thing, we end up with lots and lots of byproducts as well. So we end up with copper and stone and sand and coal and pyroflux and oil, all of which come out of the core mining. And so we're transporting all those back, and then they get dropped down onto Norvis in a disposal system, which dumps them down these ludicrously long belts. So they get brought down our space elevator, which then dumps them dumped onto these belts by a train, and then picked up by another train down here. And those trains can then zip off up to here, where they'll unload everything, and then we have a huge system that just sorts all of the ores and all the core chunks and everything that comes out here, and then passes it off to wherever else. And then we have other trains that come in and take it off to wherever else it's needed in the factory. So yeah, there's quite a lot to it, shall we say? It's certainly a large thing. Space exploration adds a lot more in, and lots of messing around in deep space as well, where currently we have no sulphur to make sulfuric acid to mine the naquitite. You need sulfuric acid to mine it in much the same way you need sulfuric acid for mining uranium in vanilla. But at the moment, we have so little demand for the naquitite because we're not doing advanced sciences at the moment, because we've been doing this rocket reusability science for forever, which requires 131,000 of all of these science packs. So it's taking a long time to get all of this together, but eventually once this one finishes, we can then move on to more complicated sciences that are then going to start using the deep space science packs, which are the really, really expensive, really high-tech new ones. And then we're going to move on to this, which requires loads of the astro science, and so on. So there is a very quick whistle-top tour of our factory and what on earth is going on. Any questions? I was looking at Ignea. Why was I looking at Ignea? Oh yes, I was looking out to see if this was another particularly complicated planet. It's not too bad. There's been a few different generations of stuff going on here. Like we have the all these solar panels down here on the ground, which we're now just straight up not using because all the power we could possibly need is coming down the space elevator over here. we're bringing in massive quantities of vulcanite, or we can bring in massive quantities of vulcanite here, but the whole system has gone to sleep because we are not getting through the vulcanite as fast as we're digging it up. So that's just idling at the moment, really, because at the opposite end we have, well, we could have a spaceship. We can load up a spaceship from here. Well, at least we could if the spaceship was here, but we don't need the spaceship to be here because if we go off and look in Norvis orbit, the spaceship is parked over here and it's just waiting to finish unloading because we've got so much stuff here that we don't need it all. Although things have actually things have gone a bit wrong here. This is broken. It started unloading sulphur for some reason, and it's got too much enriched vulcanite, and it's all gone broken. Okay.
How's Agnea's power?
That's a thought. We're using 248 megawatts out of 5.3 gigawatts available, but have we had a problem in the past? Hard to tell. No, I don't think so. I can see some spikes here of the flat solar panel 2s producing up to less than a gigawatt, and a smidge.
Highly unlikely.
So it seems very, very unlikely if we can produce 5.3 in total. That's weird. That shouldn't have happened. So essentially what's happened over here is that we've ended up bringing... Well, firstly, we've ended up unloading sulphur, which is definitely not meant to happen. But also, we've got too much of... We've also filled up both warehouses with the refined... Wassonamium. Refined vulcanite, which is very much a concern. Now, some of this is being taken away. So, I mean, if we waited an infinite amount of time, we'd get through it. But I think we might run out of vulcanite in that time. We've got about 2.5 train loads left of vulcanite. So yeah, this is a problem. I guess I could put in another warehouse in the middle of here and divert it into it. But we shouldn't have got into this position. We shouldn't be bringing over this much enriched vulcanite. There is only one spaceship doing this route. Oh, thanks for the follow, TDS. There's only one spaceship doing this route, so we shouldn't be running into this sort of. We shouldn't be running into the sort of the bringing over too much because we've got too many spaceships. Where are we setting how much? I mean, it must be here. So yeah, so we could, in theory, yeah, if we had enough vulcanite, but no enriched vulcanite, we could end up shipping through an awful lot of enriched and potentially getting a full spaceship's worth of it before we I think. Because that's going to hit Spaceport to Agnaia. Let's look at the other end. Up here, this is presumably also, that's to Agnaia. That's Spaceport to Agnaia. Okay, so we're sending this... Where did
Kozar's done the same thing. That's why, what's the name? Iridium's a problem at the moment.
Okay, which has taken over too much enriched vulcanite.
No, it's taken out vulcanite, normal vulcanite. Out of
the ship. Right. Okay.
And cables.
Right. So something's gone wrong there. Now, Kothar might be a power thing. I'll have a quick look.
I'm in the process of looking at it.
Okay.
We don't have enough iridium or holmium, and the holmium turned out to be lack of hydrogen, but also may have unloaded stuff it shouldn't have done. But I don't know.
I think I'm going to head back over to Norvis because I've put in enough trains now, so this is all probably fine and just needs some more spaceships to turn up. Jetpack problems. So I'm going to head back over to Norbit and sort those out by just through brute force and applied warehouses.
But the Kosar ship is on its way back, so when it arrives, it will just grab 20k enriched.
That might be enough to fix it, actually.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, so we'll have Where is it? Here we go. Glad I started looking at these things. So we'll have the Kothar ship will drop in here. It will pick up whatever it needs from in these warehouses. We'll probably get some more enriched vulcanite will flow from here into here to replenish those for next time the Kothar ship arrives.
Is there a reason there's a Kothar 2 that is just sitting around Norvis?
I think at one point we didn't have the required throughput, so a second ship was made. Okay. I don't know if it's actually been used though.
Actually, no. One of the anchor signals is just completely wrong.
Okay. Well, so is it full? What's it full of?
Iridium. It's been out there.
Okay. I wonder how it landed then. If it's got a wrong anchor signal, I'd say leave it because otherwise we're just going to end up with too much stuff being taken out to Kothar, and we might run into the issues we've been having occasionally in Stardust. But if we can have the first ship turn up, then yeah, that'll be handy. So where is it?
It's nearly at the Mars equivalent.
Oh, yes. There it is. So waiting for this ship.
I could have said Tango, but that would have been meaningless.
That would have been meaningless. No, Mars equivalent was good because I immediately looked just on the inside of the asteroid belt. Yeah, so it needs to fly up to here and then across that way. It'll dock over here at Norvis, and then we can start filling it up with all of that enriched vulcanite. Then we can empty the Agnea ship. Then it can fly back out, and then it can pick up a load of. Hopefully, it'll just pick up loads and loads of normal vulcanite, and all of our problems will go away again. But I think I want to take a quick look at Agnea orbit and see what's in these warehouses. It looks like, yeah, these warehouses are just vulcanite and byproducts. So yeah, it has switched over to just bringing up what we actually need. So I think we're sorted there. I'm not sure what these pylons are for. I was presumably going to run a signal somewhere, but yeah, I don't know. Haven't been out there since the blueprints were put in. Right.
You might have been going to include what's in those warehouses in the count.
Oh, maybe. In a count of some sort.
Yes, because you could end up with 4 warehouses with an amount of...
Yeah, because that's sending signals down to Agnea, so it's telling it that when to stop bringing stuff up. It's been so long since I built this, I've completely forgotten how it worked. As is traditional. I probably should have done a Mark style counted in, counted out, but it is a better system, but it is also very, very complicated. Come on, Kothar 1 spaceship, fly faster. I mean, the only way we can make it fly faster is by increasing our UPS, and doesn't seem particularly reasonable.
Could have had the Kothar 2 land.
Yeah, true. That would probably have worked. Just swapped over which one was broken. It's only.
I mean, Kothar 1 is fairly empty, so because I sent it over manually.
Oh, okay. Oh, because things were broken. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't really understand why this is all. So did you say Kothar was a power problem, or was it just?
No, I didn't look at whether it was a power problem. Haven't looked at that yet.
Okay.
That's racket.
Thank you. Because yeah, it shouldn't have problems. The system should work, and it has worked for quite a long time. And now suddenly there's lots of things have fallen apart sort of simultaneously.
And it's only iridium that's being told to unload, which is correct.
Yeah, so pumping it. Oh yeah, but as you say, there's a load of vulcanite up in this warehouse and cable as well. That's even more silly. It's very odd. All right, so the idea of this ship, for anyone who's relatively new here, is that the ship flies in. It'll unload all of the iridium, as you see here. It goes up into the warehouse here, and then can be picked up by train. Well, it would be picked up by trains if a train load had arrived. So we're still a problem there. But now it can fill up with all the stuff that's needed at the other end. So it's picking up a load of vulcanite and a load of rare metals, a load of space elevator cable.
It's not actually asking for any enriched. There was 20k in the warehouses, so I assumed it was.
Yeah, that seemed like. Yeah, that's helpful. Okay. Well, when I get back, I can put in I can put in a warehouse now. Come to think of it, let's do that.
Could just do that.
What did you did?
I unlimited one of them, so it'll flow into those warehouses.
Oh, I see.
And fill those up instead. For a bit.
How much do we need to get rid of? We need to get rid of 3.5, 10, 14. We need to get rid of 16,000 enriched. Yeah, it's not loading enriched,
Might be a bit
presumably because there's enough at the other end already, so we
Yeah.
don't need it to.
We weren't out of enriched, we were out of vulcanite blocks.
Yeah, if we go over and look at Kothar, we can see that down here on the ground we have 3,300 in this station here. 3,300 doesn't seem like that much to be asking for, to be honest. Numbers.
Oh, there's a load over here. There's 25k. This warehouse.
Oh, of course, yes. There's a load in this warehouse
plus
as well.
another 3k.
Yeah.
In the
All right, so we've got 28,000. That does seem like a reasonable amount for it to have. Then I take it all back. I don't know where the shopping list that's asking for the enriched vulcanite is, but
Who knows?
yeah, this planet is Mike's doing, which is what.
It's
why I
there,
don't know.
by the way.
Okay, right. Oh yes, of course, 'cause it was being brought in by delivery cannon beforehand. Yeah, so we're asking for 25k. We've got about 28k, so that's reasonable. That explains why it's not bringing out any more. Yeah, so another planet. Oh, sorry, Mike, I didn't see your question. I must have missed it. Sorry, could you ask again, because I can't see, because chat disappears because I haven't worked out how to make it stay in some places and disappear in other places yet, or at least I haven't got that working properly. If we could have this warehouse, that would be very much appreciated. I'm also going to actually need some superior inserters down here. I don't even know if we have these, but I'm going to put them in anyway. Actually, no, I don't. Well, no, I don't want superior. I don't want inserters. How do I want to do that? Let's just use loaders. It's easy. There we go. That provides another buffer for another 1,000. I probably, in hindsight, I should have put it down here. And oh, I don't know. It's all a mess. I still don't know why. Oh no! I think I kind of suspect. Oh, I can't remember how the Agnea system works. So I don't know how much. I don't know whether it's reasonable to expect it to have accidentally brought over an entire ship's worth of the enriched vulcanite or not. Or whether that's just nonsense. But here we have 25th. Oh, regarding the size, yes, I did answer that one. We could add another 2 labs, but the problem is down here. If we look at this one, you can see the Astro 1s flowing in basically as fast as they're being as they're being made. So, and that's been between about 10 and 30 every time I've looked at it. That's a good point. I do need to link the warehouse in. Thank you. I'll do it in a second. So down here, it's being made basically as fast as it can. So without we would need to extend we'd need to start making the Astro 1 science packs a lot faster, like twice as fast, in order to put in another 2 labs up here. So that's. We could, but then we'd probably start having problems down here because you can see the catalogues are going into here. They're flowing straight into the train, and actually the train is very, very empty. Hopefully, there's quite a lot up here. I think there must be because I haven't noticed us having any problems. Yeah, there's not a huge number of catalogues up here. Yeah. So
if we run out of those, we're going to need to switch over.
Sorry?
So if we run out up there, we're going to have to do different science.
Yeah, exactly. Basically. So basically, the problem is that the shortages aren't just it's not just a shortage of labs. It's all the way down here. And yeah, but there aren't enough packs buffered for it to be worth having an additional lab. Yes, you're quite right.
We have heavily thrashed Astro recently.
Yeah. So yeah, normally it wouldn't be a problem, but at the moment it kind of is. Okay, that's an interesting thing that could be poked. Oh, up here. Yeah, this. Yeah, you're right. This is limited due to the plates coming through. Yeah, let's upgrade this belt. It's not going to help very much. That's not an upgrade planner. That's an upgrade planner. It's not going to help very much.
You can't directly use an upgrade planner because it doesn't know what colour you want.
Oh yeah, fortunately I've got this. It doesn't. Yeah, sorry. This won't help very much because this will just immediately eat up all of our all of these all of the catalogues because we're not making them fast enough. But you know, for a few glorious moments there, a lot of value, a lot of science packs will be created. And in general, I think we're getting through so many of these plates, it probably is worth having that in there.
The only reason that they have the speed modules is for the zone discovery, which
Okay.
churns through Astro 1s. So
Also notably, the other one you put in, the long range star mapping, is also going to really churn through Astro, because it uses Astro 1, 2, 3, 4, and as well as Deep Space 1 and 2. So
that might be worth dropping to behind the others that are listed.
That's true. Yes.
Oh no, it's only 125. No, don't care.
Fair. I was going to say also it depends. But yeah, by the time we've done Deep Space Science Pack 3, we'll have built up a little bit of a buffer of them as well, I suspect. Right, are things happier down here yet? What are we unloading? What are we trying to unload, rather? Okay, so 70,000 vulcanite in there, which is pouring out now. That's fantastic. There's a bit of sand to get rid of, some pyroflux, and a little bit of uranium, and the rest is all sort of negative numbers, so that's fine. I'm not sure why there's a minus 161 low density structures on there. That's a bit weird.
I do like how fast jetpacks are.
Oh, it must be just because there's some in storage at the other end.
I'm zooming up.
Oh, Regular is suggesting we want to save the long-range star mapping for when Mike is online, presumably because it's going to do something sort of plot interesting.
Oh yeah, that's a fair point.
I think, to be honest, I don't think we're... I think we're unlikely to get to that before the end of the stream, to be honest.
If this 4% finishes, then we're basically going to unlock those last ones really fast.
It's 2,000 for the Deep Space Science, which isn't a huge number compared to the 131,000, but is it...
I thought those were always a small number, but...
2,000 is a small number compared to 131,000.
Yeah.
We're getting onto fairly advanced tech at this point, so... Actually, there's a thought. What was Astro 3, for example, as a comparison? Astro 1, Astro 2, Astro 3... Astro 3 was 200, Astro 4 was 500. Yeah. So I think it's just...
I was thinking they were in the hundreds.
Yeah, they're going up because we've just got onto a more advanced type of science, I suppose. Right, that's good to see. We've got the actual vulcanite flowing through now at a huge rate. Over here, you've still got tens of thousands. Oh yeah, of course, because yes, vulcanite stacks up to 200, so it takes ages to empty it all out of the spaceship. But that said, I mean, that's not necessarily a problem, because it means we've got enough to refill the train over here now, so that's good. We seem to have acquired enough. Yeah. Oh no, we haven't. The iridium train arrived but couldn't fill up. Fair enough. Yeah, I see what's going on there. Yeah, I forgot it wasn't being summoned. It was just turning up to see if there's any available. You said you'd sorted out Njord as well, didn't you, with the holmium?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a hydrogen issue for whatever it is to produce the blue balls.
We've also run out of vitalic reagent. There's a ship unloading that has about almost 3,000 on it. That's not very much. I'm slightly concerned about the rate of vitalic reagents being brought through. And there's a lot of trash on these big grid ships. Oh well, it'll get dealt with. Taras is terrasing. Talos, there is 50...
No crystals on Taras.
Talos, there's no Talos, there's no ship from Talos either, and there's not a huge amount there. I'm going to have a look into that one, Talorbit. What are you doing over here? You're sitting there empty. Well, okay. Everything is broken. This is weird.
I'm blaming the update. At least I'm blaming the update for Njord.
Alright, there's a train here that's...
About the other.
Huh? Oh, there's nothing coming in. Why is nothing coming through? What are you doing? Okay, so we've got plenty of core fragments. We've got lots of stuff coming through here. This has stopped because we've run out of sulphuric acid.
That's not a recipe that's changed, I don't think.
No, that's the traditional sulphur problem. But it's because we're leaching sulphur off. No, we're leaching acid off for the. Oh, hang on. This is interesting. So we have a quantity of sulphur over here. We have a large quantity of sulphur over here, but we're not. Right. So we're bringing sulphur in for both beryllium processing and for naquium processing. For naquium, does it go? Is there a sulphuric acid? Do we make sulphuric acid over here? Is that why there is sulphur? Yes, we do. And there's a pipe going up here that links us. So it's about a 2/3 full pipe. Where does this go? It comes up here and then across here. And goes to just this machine. Okay. But we should still have enough. From the sulphur being brought in for this system, we should have enough then to make enough beryllium, because I don't think we're leaching it away then in that case. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to link that to there.
Are the beryllium machines trying to... Yeah, they are trying to run. You deliberately didn't do that.
I know I deliberately didn't do that,
Okay.
but I'm now deliberately doing it. At least for the time being.
Yeah, because that won't be permanent.
Nothing so permanent as a temporary solution, I know. Right, there we go. So now we've got the beryllium processing running again, nicely. In fact, all of it's running because we're short of beryllium over on Norvis. But that's probably okay. So we've got not just the stuff coming from the core mining over here, but because wherever the reader-atron is here, yeah, we've got less than, if it's less than 60,000, which it currently is, very much so, presumably. There are a lot of silly numbers coming through here. 15,000, yes.
Because you've got the input, solid input limited, it's probably okay to link those pipes. I think it was mostly a protection thing that you didn't.
It was, yeah, I think it was so that, yeah, it was so that the beryllium processing didn't use up all of the naquitite processing's sulphur and cause problems.
Yeah.
Dupier said yes, and I'm not sure what he said yes to.
Well, we're all right. We're all correct then. Doopy agrees.
Hooray! Alright, this is quite satisfying. So we've got all these are tiny trains. I should have used much bigger ones, but never mind. So we've got the beryllium, the beryl pouring out here, going to. So we've got the production system down here. We've got the one up here that runs off core processing, and then we've got another two over here that again run from the mines. So these are all running now. We've got at least a quantity of beryllium coming through, and this can come down here. We can now fill up all these belts, which will at least allow the train to leave, and then we'll see if that goes up and then recharge it. And then we've got to have a certain amount is going to be required. How full is the ship? Is basically what I'm trying to ask. And the ship is very nearly full actually. So, right, I reckon that we've had almost enough sulphur. So the ship was nearly managed to produce enough beryllium for it to go, but didn't quite get there. And so, when this train departs, we'll probably find that everything starts working again. Probably. Might be wrong, but you never know. So we need to fill all these stacks up. Basically, the way the train departure works is we watch the belts up here. When the belts are full and the train is idle, so belts are full, train is idle. Then we know that we've put as much stuff into the train as we can, because we can't watch for it being full because we've got a mixture of stuff going into it. So, for example, this stack of stone here will probably never fill up. This stack of rare metal probably never fill up. But eventually you get the belts start to back up like this. And in hindsight, I'm not sure why it's measuring there rather than right down here. I think it's because this is a very early version of the system before I'd thought it all the way through properly. But eventually, this stack of beryllium will fill up. The belt will back up all the way up to here, and then the train will be told to depart. Oh, I asked if I was creating acid for the Naquium. Yes. Yeah, I could see the sulphur was going in there for some reason, but I hadn't followed it far enough down the pipe yet to work out exactly what it was. And yes, it was. It was indeed acid, as you say. So this will fill up fairly quickly. There we go. That one's done. That one's done. That one's done. We just need this to back up a little bit further, like that, and then the train departs. There's a little bit of unnecessary safety margin in here. So I think there's a couple of red belts in here which we don't actually need. But originally I was being very, very paranoid and careful about the system, and so I wanted to have belts that were running at different speeds to make sure there were gaps in the in it, which it turns out is not actually necessary, because you can just watch for a train being idle, which is much, much easier. But you know, first generation design, and it hasn't been updated because it hasn't been broken enough to need it. All right, there we go. That's the train is emptied. No, it hasn't. There's still stuff in. Oh. That's a problem. It's not. I mean, it's not a serious problem, but it is something I want to do something about. So the problem there is that because we're using... how do we do this elsewhere? I'm not sure. Maybe maybe we're using inserters elsewhere. Okay, so now along here we need to filter these ones to it was sand and oil barrels, I think. Sand and barrels of oil, which is that one. And I need to make sure these are all filtered, otherwise they'll unload stuff that gets filtered pushed in. So because the train stops here. The train stops here once. We have a swap over thing. So anything the ship brings stuff in and unloads it here, so it gets passed down and into the train. The train unloads stuff that gets brought over here and put into the ship. So we've got one station and one ship port for each thing. So we need to make sure that you don't end up putting things in one side and taking it straight back out to the other side, because that way lies madness. Also, it turns out the ship is still not quite full. We're going to need at least one more train to come up. Train's worth of stuff to come up yet. However, this time we'll be able to unload that oil and sand, which will help quite a lot, because it'll at least, you know, actually empty the train. Ooh, because the train is basically full of crude oil barrels, so it's not taking very much stuff at all. Let's send you straight back up again. I don't care if it's... I'm fixing problems here, so I'm allowed to tinker with things. That's definitely how it works. So we have opposite end. This time we'll have a lot more, well, I say a lot more stuff. We'll have a lot more stacks of stuff will come out, but because barrels only stack up to 10, it might not be all that much actual stuff. But now, yeah, we should have...
filling the spaceship, that works just as well.
It does.
Faster.
It does indeed. Okay, yeah, sand's pouring out as well. Now, sand does stack up quite highly, although there's not a great deal of it in there. But the barrels don't. So, but at least you get these nice sort of nice patterns on the belt of all the sort of miscellaneous nonsense flowing up along it, and I'm cautiously optimistic this is going to be enough stuff. So that's what, 200 stacks, isn't it? Because it's 50 stacks per wagon. Yeah, 200 stacks, and there's room for another 50 in each. So yeah, that should be enough to fill the ship up. And there we go. The train has realised there's nothing else to pick up, or nothing else to drop off or pick up here. So it's going back down to get another load. This can all be put into the spaceship. And we'll see sooner or later, 471, 90. We'll probably fill up the spaceship. Even if we don't, there is a sort of a trigger that is the spaceship. If one of the warehouses is full and neither of the other two are actually being loaded, I think the ship will still depart anyway, because it reckons that's probably enough. Check power again over the last 10 hours. We can produce up to 4 gigawatts. Over here we're producing 3.1. It's probably just about okay. Having a bit more power here would make me a little bit happier, but that's pretty full. There's 512 stacks and everything. Oh, it is leaving. Okay, I was wondering if it was going to. Blip. That shouldn't have happened. Why are you powered? Oh, is that? Is that? Okay. Right, and so that was where was that coming from? Oh, Talos. Where's Talos? There's Talos. So there's Talos 2 heading on its way back around to come back over to Norvis and drop off large quantities of beryllium and pick up all the sulphur that's going to be that we were neglecting over there on the other end. So presumably, if we go to oh no, this is Norvis orbit. Norvis orbit. If we look at Talos here, which is somewhere across Talos, there's presumably yes a requirement to put in large quantities of only 73 sulphur. That can't be right. 15,000 sulphur. That sounds much more reasonable. Yeah, 15. We can dump 15,000 sulphur into the spaceship when it arrives. Then that'll be ready to go back over, and we can make more acid from that, and then more beryllium, and yada yada yada, round forever. Oliran looks okay. Stardust, ignore that one for now. Andragon is here and unloading, so that's pretty good. That's a good sign. If ships are here and unloading, then it makes me think they're probably working. Taras appears to be broken. I don't know what Mark was doing with that. Is it? I don't know if it's supposed to be. If there's supposed to be a ship here, but there's no sight of any description here at all.
I didn't mess with the ships. I only improved the gas production.
Let's have a look at Terra's orbit. There's a ship here, and it is being loaded up. So I suspect it's okay. It's just recovering from the shortages from previous streams. So that's probably all right. There is stuff is happening, therefore it's probably okay. That's my my theory, and I'm reasonably happy with that theory. Terrace Big Rid is, well, there is stuff here, so that's probably all right. Njord, Tristan's on working with. Snowdrop looks fine. It is currently unloading, and there is loads of cryonite. Kothar, who knows? We still we've stopped feeding that through. We are still unloading the enriched vulcanite into this warehouse, but it doesn't appear to actually be a problem at the moment. So I don't know. I guess we'll just see. But oh yes, I should go back and have another look at Agnaia orbit. So Agnaia orbit, yeah, we've got a train has come up. It's filling up with. No, it's filling up with ice at the moment. Okay, fair enough. It is doing a thing, and also it's just dumped out a huge amount of vulcanite, which is being loaded into the spaceship here. The ice is. I'm surprised. Oh, that's only 50. Yeah. Whereas, yeah, sulphur only stacks up to 50, so it's managed to load this one up. It's managed to load up pretty quickly over here. Ice stacks up to 200, so it's taken twice as long for all of that to pour through. It's a very, very slow process, but that is the last of the ice. Is that then going to immediately... Oh, there's a bit of it stockpiled in here. 2.6k, okay. It's going to take a while for that to all pour out and fill up. But... I do want to unlink the acid on Talos. I'm not sure if I want to do it quite yet. I think I probably should, just to try and make sure I don't break the Naquium. Yeah, it's a good idea, I think. I'll take both ends out just so I don't go, hey, why is this pipe broken? Yeah, because we've got now. Well, we've made a quantity of beryllium. Up here we have a very, very small quantity, but at least the ship will arrive. It should have enough sulphur, so this is another thing that I should probably keep an eye on and make sure it does, work after the next ship comes over. The beryllium's, I don't know, it's not being produced that quickly, but I guess it's just this is the rate we produce beryllium at. Get used to it, because until now we've had so much beryllium stockpiled in Norbit that we've not had to produce any for ages, and so we've now obviously worked our way through all of that. The system has failed. We've run out of sulphur. I wonder if I'm not requesting enough sulphur here. That's a possibility. 15,000. I don't know. Let's do it empirically. Let's just let the ship come out, see if the ship can fill itself back up again, and panic if it can't. Well, not panic, but increase the amount we're asking for if it can't. Should be all right. What was I? I was talking. Yes, talking about Agnaia. So here we go. Yeah, the trainers. the other trains are swapped over. So this train is pulled in now. It's unloaded everything, and it's filling up with sulphur. So that's good. Up here we are more than 2/3 full. That's going really well. Let's take a look at the other end. Train is unloading all of its sulphur over here. We're not bringing out any of either type of vulcanite at the moment. Presumably the powers that be think we've got enough of it somewhere. Where the powers that be was me designing the system many months ago. And we have a bit here. We have nearly a warehouse. We clearly have more than enough of the enriched. That I accept. But over here, I feel like this should be running. We have so many different. I set up so many different triggers on it. We've run out of sulphur here as well. Oh no, here it comes. Here comes the sulphur to top up what we've run out of. Maybe. So there were several different tiers of production around here. So we have the core processing. So we're bringing in vulcanite core chunks, which we can then chew down into vulcanite and make it for free, as in not wearing out our mine. So that can run, but it doesn't have any sulphur. So when the sulphur arrives, this will probably kick in, and that's this belt. These belts here, the ones that do actually have some on. The other ones are supposed to be backup sulphur production. No, these ones are supposed to be backup sulphur production that will only kick in when we have a shortage of it. I remember that's the theory, I don't remember how the system works. Typically. Over here, yeah, we're starting. The system is kicked back in again. Maybe we do consider ourselves to have a shortage at the moment. So we're now. Yeah, here we go. We are starting to produce vulcanite. Oh, yeah, it gets stopped down here. There we go. Oh, true. Yes, ice was. We may well have been running. We may well have run out of ice. You could be right. The belts are. Oh yeah, yep. You're right. Yes, we had actually run out of ice because it'd been so long since the spaceship had turned up. Yes. Oh, that was all of the sulphur. Now, to be fair, the ship is mostly full, so we don't need much more. But still, that bothers me. This is another one of those. Should I be asking for more than 40,000 sulphur? Was that 40? That can't have been 40,000 sulphur, can it? I don't think it can. It doesn't. I mean, there's a lot of sulphur, but that doesn't feel like 40,000. I don't know. I feel like all of this is sort of falling apart because I just haven't looked at it for so long. Why are we letting this through? That's if less than 50k. That's less than 50k. These are just not running. What? How did this ever work? What is going on? So this is the one that should be running essentially all the time. There is another train up in orbit, yes, but these belts should run it. Oh, it's this as well. So that's if that's less than 0. Maybe, what if I make these if what even number is on this? Okay, right. So these should be running if vulcanite is less than 0. There we go. These should be running if it's less than 50k. So at the moment we're short of vulcanite, so that's fine, having everything running. But yeah, this should most definitely be running because this is where all our supplies of this is where the free vulcanite comes from. So we want those ones to be running in priority. Now it doesn't really matter. We've got plenty of mines. Well, we've got some mines over here. We've got 8 million there. We've got another 13 million there. Have I put any more mines in? I don't know. I can't see any actually. It might just be those two. Oh no, there's a load more over here. There's another 11, 21, 17 over here. So we have loads of vulcanite available. Running it from the mines isn't a problem. But under general principles, we should be running it from these systems first, the ones that are coming in from the core mining, because we want to keep the core mines running as much as possible. So yeah, now we have plenty of vulcanite flowing through. So it's not going to be long until we have already filled up the ship. Oh, and there's a load more sulphur up here. Okay, so it was just the amount that we could bring down in a single train. So when the train comes back up again, or when this train comes down because we've filled up this train, which is not very full, but when we fill up this train, it'll go up. We'll have a load more sulphur will be brought down, and then the system will start running up again.
Rocket reusability is done.
Huh, finally. Woo! Space cargo wagon does not support logistics request. Okay. Why has that popped up? Alright.
That was just for you, so I assume you did something.
Don't know what I did, but yeah, maybe I did. Okay, so that's the amount of sulphur that came up on that. It came through on that train. Should easily be. Oh yeah, and there's sulphur being produced over here. Ah, it was the ice problem. It was the ice, so we ran out of water. So we've always got this system to top up the sulphur, but it needs water, or rather ice to make water. So this had stopped because we ran out of ice. Okay, so yeah, we prioritise the sulphur that's being brought over from the. I remember now. It's all coming back to me. So the Agnea ship will bring over any spare sulphur from Norbit, and spare sulphur is the sulphur that comes in from Taras from processing the immersite. And so if there's too much sulphur for everything else to use up being brought in from Taras, then it'll be brought over to Agnea to be used for the vulcanite processing here. But if there isn't, if we've used it all up, we're not going to bring sulphur from Norvis to Norbit to Agnea, because that's expensive. There's no point. We might as well just dig up oil on this planet because we've got a decent sized oil mine here. No, that's not an oil mine. We've got some oil mines anyway. Is that one? No, that's an immersite. Okay, there's one here with 161,000 and 500,000 over there. So we've got at least some oil over here, and then that can be turned into sulphur. to top it up, but we do need to bring in ice in order to give us water, in order to make that sulphur, and that is why we had problems. Okay, now that I understand why there appeared to be a shortage and things were a bit weird, I'm happy. So here we go. We've got a nice healthy supply of miscellanea coming through now. Lots of vulcanite, sure, but yeah, we probably should document these things. And this is even worse because this is stuff that I made, and therefore I really should know how it works, but I don't. But yeah, it's pouring into the train quite nicely now. We're loaded up. How full are you? Okay, I don't know why I opened that. We can see on over on the right, 48 stacks, 45 stacks, 47 stacks, 49. So this one is this is the one we're waiting for to fill up, and it's going pretty well. Getting a nice array of different things going in there, which is always interesting. These mixed trains, I mean, I like that we've been able to do them, but they are kind of weird. Right, so basically full now. And at this point, I mean, there's no urgency because we've got the spaceship has gone. We've got almost a half full station up here, 40% full. So by the time the spaceship comes back, I'm pretty sure we're going to be all right with that. He says going over to the map view or the space view to see if the ship is on its way back out yet. It's not. So if we can now go back to Norbit. We can't. Yes, we can. There we go, Norbit. And look over here at the Agnea ship. It is merrily unloading all that juicy vulcanite that we gathered from the other planet, and things are now working as I would expect them to. We've got almost a full warehouse of it up here, so that's pretty good. Now, does that mean if I go back over to Agnea, we're going to see some of these
quickly? Do we want to cancel the long-range star mapping then?
Yes, I think we should.
Next week.
Yeah, that was a good shout.
I won't re-queue it until next week.
Great, thank you. So your transmit. I'm very confused. I don't know how any of this works. Oh, this goes up here. Oh, there's a receiver up here which is receiving 47,000. That one still minus 11,000, minus 10,000. Where are you receiving from? To Agnea. Okay. So if we go back up into no, wrong bit of noise orbit. If we go over to here, is there a to Agnea transmitter up here? Science stock. Oh, what about you? To Agnea, right, okay, so you're shipping out the... Ah, there we go, so that's the request. We want to have 200,000 vulcanite, because that is... Oh, that's enough to fill up this warehouse and this warehouse. So that's the amount we're aiming for. So once those two warehouses are full, I'm remembering or seeing how this works now. Once those are full, we then will get a 0 coming back through here on the request. And so down here, we'll eventually then stop passing it through, except, I don't know. So, these are still good, if less than 50.
Nobody fixed the loader production?
I did. The vanilla ones.
Yeah. Oh, we're just not making enough electric motors. Oh no, I blocked that. Okay, never mind.
Right, that's probably how it's supposed to be.
There.
So there we go. What I've done now is I think I've now corrected this. So we're getting requests over from Norvis. At the moment, those numbers have both gone positive. So we've got 26,000 more vulcanite than we're asking for, and 47,000 more enriched vulcanite. So down here, this is not flowing because that is greater than 0. So if we only run this if it's less than 0. So as in if we are requesting some. Along here, I've got these ones to request if it's less than 0, and then the other ones, the ones that come from the mines, to request if it's less than 50,000, less than minus 50,000, so it has to go all the way down. It's not quite that bad because as well as filling up these two warehouses, we then also have this warehouse and these 3. So the theory is that when a spaceship comes in, it will unload into these 3 warehouses. Then we will dump the 200 vulcanite, up to 200 vulcanite. 200 vulcanite will go into these 2, and Well, apparently, how much are we actually requesting? 20,000. So if something's gone very strangely wrong with the enriched, but the enriched should all have been dumped into this warehouse, and then if we get a little bit more through, it shouldn't matter because it can just go into these these 4 warehouses. So it should be all right, but for some reason, we ended up with an enormous amount more of this one than we wanted, and also the numbers on here were set wrongly. So you see now it's correct. It stopped passing all that stuff through. We've got a load of junk that we're going to get rid of that may or may not fill the spaceship up. It doesn't really matter. But as soon as we've churned through a chunk of the vulcanite over there, or of the enriched vulcanite actually, although it have to be a lot more of the enriched. Once we've churned through a bit of that, we'll then allow these belts to start flowing again. So it should keep itself vaguely under control. At least that's the theory. We'll see how well it works. I mean, it had worked for quite a long time, which I think, but suddenly we seem to have just had problems everywhere, which we're going to blame on the updates because that's the thing that changed, even though I'm pretty sure it's not actually that, in fact.
When you had that error message, had you just done a copy-paste of settings?
I don't think so. Certainly not on a train.
Okay, because I just got the same error on a research server when I copy-pasted from the research server next to it.
Okay.
For the Deep Space Science 3.
It's possible I copy-pasted on belts. I don't remember, to be honest. It popped up and I wasn't concentrating quite hard enough on what I was doing. Right, I believe I've now fixed Agnea. I think I've also fixed Talos. Let's have a quick look at Tal Orbit and Talos and things like that and see what's going on. This has probably run out of sulphur or sulfuric acid. Where is the spaceship? Where is the spaceship? Is it in Norvis still? Always puts me in the same place in Norbit than what I'm not actually interested in. Talos. Talos has gone, but it looks like it's just gone because it's just filling up over here now. Let's just find... No, not that one. That one. Let's just find the Talos ship. That one. Talos 2. Oh, it's just landed in Talos. Fair enough. That's why I couldn't find it. So that's unloading a massive quantity of sulphur. Great. That'll all get churned through and we'll make some beryllium from it. We shall see how much. The rest of it, well, who cares? We'll wait. We'll wait and see. So I think this is going to be a good point to end the stream because it is midnight over here now, and I was meaning to go to bed, but a vaguely sensible time. Not very good at that one. So, yes, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. I will be back on Wednesday when I should be playing some Satisfactory, so please come along then to join in the fun where I shall still be carrying on. There's still going to be trains, there's still going to be towns, there's still going to be construction, there's just going to be a third dimension to worry about. And I still have a jetpack as well, so, you know, there's a lot of similarities between the two games. As ever, the videos will come out at the weekend to tell you to show you what we were working on today, summarise everything we've been up to, so make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channel so you don't miss out on those, and I guess follow. Ooh, look, we've created the first Deep Space Science Pack at 3 at 231 hours. Well done us. So yeah, make sure you subscribe to YouTube, make sure you're following on Twitch, yada yada yada, so you don't miss out on everything that's going on. And we'll be back again the same time next Monday, so 7:30 PM UK time, when we should be carrying on with, well, all of this, and I shall be staring very intently at this ship going, are you broken? Actually, no, it's 10% full. So it's going to be a little while before we actually know whether this is working properly. But it's going to take a bit. It's going to need some monitoring, shall we say? But hopefully everything is now fixed and is going to start working again. And goodness knows, we shall go and beat our heads against it until it behaves itself. So yes, there should be some bug fixing, I suspect. So as ever, thank you very much for watching. I hope I'll see you on Wednesday and then back again on Monday, and I guess for the videos at the weekend as well. So thank you very much for watching. Come along, join us on Discord if you're new and you want to chat with us. It's been great to have great to have a nice big raid along and loads of new people. So yeah, please come along and watch. Oh, and thanks for the follows to Krastorio², Hydrogenia, and Yoho. So yes, we'll see you all around. Yeah, catch you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night, everyone. Good night, Doopy, Reese, Regular, and Metbar. We'll see you next time.